let's see. I guess I don't know what the talking points are for today. We haven't gotten started yet. We got a press conference that's supposed to happen earlier today or later today, and then I guess we'll see how that comes about. But then besides that, not much change has happened, I would say. I'm waiting for the next slew of auto pen signed executive orders basically to come out. That's mostly what I'm waiting on. Nothing too drastic at the point. Because it's gonna happen. There's gonna be some executive order that wants to get pushed out for whatever reason or for whatever stupidity, whatever distraction they can have. Because remember, this week has a lot of stuff coming up. We have there are the Epstein victims um are actually coming out and speaking out tomorrow. So tomorrow there's supposed to be a major press conference by the Epstein victims that are supposed to come out with two senators that are basically trying to make sure that all that information gets out. So this is going to be a strong point. I would say for I would say it's going to be a strong point for everybody in the country because basically now we're going to have people actually testifying, people that were victims actually testifying on the stuff. So it's not going to be any redacting, but at the same time, we have to understand that these people went through a traumatizing situation with some evil ass people. So that has to be understood while going through the process. Most people won't. Most people won't pay attention to that. Most people won't care. What happened to my? Did I just get rid of this shit? What the fuck just happened? Oh, I don't know. But that's the thing. So tomorrow is that press conference. We still have an update waiting on the Rockland County, because Rockland County somehow didn't have any Kamala votes during the whole process, even though it was a Democratic county, but no votes at all. So it was that was found interesting. Um, but as for the news, it's just like if you notice, there's nothing, no weapon control, no weapon ban, no nothing to do with weapons, because the Second Amendment is strong within certain people. The Second Amendment is running strong through certain people, and some people can't protect it, and some people think it's their getaway card. I guess. I guess is the best way of putting it. But what you gonna do with these people? What are you gonna do with the fact that they? But you gotta understand that most of these people don't understand this. Most of these people don't want change. Most of these people don't want positivity. Most of these people don't want any of these things. Most people don't want any of that. Some people just want to watch everything burn right now, and some people just want to be full of hatred. Some people just want to actually accept and be a part of the solution, whereas too many people right now I think are part of the problem. And I think it's a big issue with that because the thing is most people don't realize that and they don't understand that it's just like, hey, all these things happening right now have a future endpoint. They have a future outcome. All this stuff is not just gonna happen and nothing's gonna come of it. And that's what people need to understand, that a lot of the stuff going on right now is stuff. No, we're not going into 1940s. It was a whole different time period, but it's different because the thing is at the same time you had a person that wanted to push an agenda, and as you can see, that agenda is being pushed across the world because they had protests in Australia, and it was basically white supremacist groups going against just basically the same thing, immigration. So the biggest thing is just like most of these white supremacist groups are basically they're against they're against immigration, which fair point. I understand people being against immigration. You have your problems, but there's one thing to be against immigration. It's white supremacy because the thing is all those groups are tied to neo Nazis. So you're not gonna say it's not white supremacy. All of them have ties to neo Nazis. The one in Australia, neo Nazis. The KKK here, neo Nazis. The Proud Boys, same thing. So it's not like people are not just gonna say that it's not a white supremacy thing. You cannot say that. These are groups that have viably been identified and have gone out their way to make sure that they proclaim white supremacy. So there's no hiding that. There's no way you can like try to circumvent saying that. When these people, if these people are flying a hatred flag, there's no saying, oh, these people are not for this. No, they want white supremacy. For some of these, they want white supremacy. But I've never seen people that are so scared of any other race before. Like you're scared of the fact of what? What exactly are you scared of? I was just like, no, there's not the thing. Everybody wants to make it an excuse. It's like, oh my God, I hate immigration, but immigration has no effect on you. Immigration has had no viable effect on you for you to complain and bitch saying that there's no immigration. People make more complaints about immigration than they do fucking getting health care. Yet health care you deal with on a daily fucking basis. When you get sick, you gotta get seen. An immigrant isn't gonna do anything for you when you get sick. What you gonna blame an immigrant because you caught the cold? An immigrant because you got COVID? An immigrant because you might have ended up with cancer? Like, no, that's the bullshit excuse that they try to use. Because the thing is if y'all were so against white supremacy, y'all would be against white supremacy. Y'all would call them out because y'all know it's a hate group. But you don't do that. You try to justify what they do. So then the thing is my understanding is, and the thing that I don't understand is like, so some of y'all, most MAGA, have no problem with these white supremacy groups. But let another ethnic group try to do the same thing. Y'all go up in uproar. Why is that? Why is it that it's okay for MAGA to defend white supremacists, but then when people say Black Lives Matter, they lose their shit? Or Asian Lives Matter, they lose their shit. Or Trans Lives Matter, they lose your shit. Why is that? Why is it that a group that is clearly and dedicated to being a hate group get acknowledgement from MAGA, but then everybody else that's actually trying to support these other groups doesn't? Why is that, MAGA? And then the easiest thing is that people want to say that it was just like, I'm spreading hate. No, I'm speaking the truth. White supremacy groups are hatred groups that hate any other ethnic background that is not theirs. There's no lie about that. They're the people that are doing that, but y'all the people that are defending them. So you are okay with defending them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see that, Lisa? It's just like the thing is that they will try to find any way to justify. They will try to find any way to justify their lies and their bigotry and their racism and their hatred. Because look, it's the same ones that are just like, it's the same ones that you can tell them, hey, do you condemn pedophiles? But they can't say they condemn pedophiles. The same ones. So I bet you can't say that you condemn pedophiles because you're going to blame the Democrats, but not say anything about the Republicans. But then when you see white supremacists, you don't got no problem with it because you can't visibly see what a white supremacist, racist person looks like, but you can tell me what an undocumented immigrant looks like. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that you can tell me what an undocumented person looks like just by looking at them, but then a white supremacist that rocks a neo-Nazi flag, you don't understand what they are. Is that what you're trying to portray? That's what you're trying to explain? Because I just want a plain, simple explanation for it. Because you just beating around the bush and not saying anything actually worthwhile. So you can identify any undocumented immigrant, or how y'all want to call them, aliens, or whatever the fuck y'all want to call them. But when a white supremacist shows that he's a white supremacist, you don't understand he's being racist. How does that make sense? Now, I would love to get an explanation. How is it that that makes sense? You don't understand what a white supremacist looks like, even though they wear a bald ass head. They usually wear an all black. They rock a flag. But somehow you don't know how to identify them. But then somebody that you see walking down the fucking street just happens to speak another language, you just think they undocumented. But a person that clearly has rallies doing this and speaking their hatred, you don't identify. That's crazy. It's crazy because where'd he go? Why'd he get so quiet? You notice how quiet he got because he ain't got no explanation. It's the same thing I always say. It's funny. As soon as I start talking about them being pedophiles also and supporting pedophiles, they get quiet. Motherfucker just left the room. Isn't that a weird coincidence that you just happen to be a pedophile and then also a white supremacist at the same time? Isn't that kind of weird? That every time you mention that, they just fucking dip. Every single time it's the same thing. I've done this on every single live. On every single live I've done this, that I've just told Democrats, liberals, or whatever, just hit the like button, and then I just want to talk directly to MAGA so that everybody can see it on their phone. Because then if you ask them, hey, do you condemn pedophiles, and are you okay with the age of 14 as being the age of consent, they get quiet. Then they just want to talk shit about fucking Biden or whatever shit. The same people that ain't say shit about Donald Trump's health are the same ones that were on Joe Biden's dick talk about this man is not fit for presidency. This man should not be president right now because he's not fit to be president. But here you go, Donald Trump with a whole big ass black bruise on his fucking hand, and they awfully quiet, huh? Awfully quiet. Crazy. But like I said, look at that. Imagine, MAGA, how come you haven't been able to explain that? Why are you going to say that it's just like all racist? But when you know white supremacist looks and has a certain way of acting, but you don't identify them. You don't consider them a hate group. You don't consider them a racist group. But then undocumented immigrants are the problem. People with my kind of complexion are the problem. People with my complexion or darker are the problem. Yet you have these people that don't even believe you are American enough. That's the craziest part. Like I said, most of the time, MAGA don't even like each other. Like, white supremacists don't even want most of MAGA in there because they don't think they're, what is it? Pure. Come on now. I love how people come in here and just to be bots, just to try to see if I could say something, just to have them, it's just like yo, people must be the most naive possible. It's just like, yo, how is it that you don't understand what the Proud Boys and the Triple K group does, but somehow you understand what Tres de Aguas does? Or MS-13 does. You seem to know all about everything that's not within this country, but somehow you don't know when a white supremacist shows up at your door. Somehow you don't know that. Somehow you're oblivious to that. I was just like, that's why we can't move forward, because of people's ignorance. Basically, MAGA's ignorance is one of the main reasons we can't move forward in this country. Because that's just being ignorant. You're not going to tell me that you can identify a person that's supposedly fucking undocumented, but you can't tell me the neo-Nazi right in front of you is racist. You notice how no Republicans or no MAGA got anything to say, right? got no option and no ability to fucking contradict that. You could tell me what an undocumented person was, but you can't tell me what a neo-Nazi is. Ain't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? How come y'all don't know how to identify that? Mind you, the Triple K has been in the country longer than the Tres de Aguas and MS-13 has. So what history are they teaching you? Because somehow you seem to think that Tres de Aguas and MS-13 have been here longer than the KKK does. Like, please explain the history books. Is that how y'all teach in the South? Is that Republican education going for y'all? And it's funny. Lisa, I like, it's funny because that's most of the time when MAGA has nothing to say, that's the easiest thing they say. It was just like, oh my God, you do know that the Democrats started the party. And it was just like, yeah, but then somehow the Republicans just took over Jim Crow, right? We just gonna miss that part. We're just gonna skip over the Jim Crow era and not be Republican, right? We're not gonna act like the South then was Republican when all the Jim Crow era started, right? You gonna blame that on the Democrats too? Let me guess, Joe Biden and them. Joe Biden was probably in Congress then, but because I know Bernie Sanders actually got arrested for actually marching with Martin Luther King. So that's crazy that you've had the KKK trying to stop the civil rights movement before the MS-13 did, and somehow they haven't been classified as a terrorist group. Isn't that weird? Yeah, you don't think that's weird, MAGA? Damn, this is just like, no, because remember, because ATX, this is the perfect example where most of the time white supremacists don't see their own color, or they see everybody else's but their own. Because the thing is you notice that whenever it has been a white shooter at a school, they never say it was a white shooter, but they made sure to try to make an emphasis saying that it was a transgender for this last one. You notice that? You notice that? How it just happened to be a transgender shooter this time? It wasn't a shooter, just a regular shooter. Because he was white also. But because he was just transgender, all of a sudden they had to make an emphasis to say, oh, it was a transgender shooter. That's what I'm saying. It was just like the Black Panthers were there helping the community and helping the black community. They created themselves because they needed protection to help the black community. Most people don't even actually know that if you've ever ridden in an ambulance, the ambulance was started because of the Black Panthers. Most people don't understand that. Why were ambulances built like hearses back in the day? Because the thing is in those days, the white community would not assist anybody of color when it came to taking care of them. They wouldn't do that. So they wouldn't do that. So the fact that they wouldn't do that meant what? They had to figure out their own way. So they had to take care of people. They had to. Yeah, most people didn't know that because the thing is, it was a hearse. So they grabbed a hearse, and that's how they retrofitted it into an ambulance. Now you got these big box things that, have every single fucking gadget known to man. But most people don't realize that it came from a hearse. That's why ambulances look like hearse at first. Because it was the Black Panthers that started that. To basically look into that and be just like, hey, how can we get our people to a thing? Because remember, there was no Uber back in the day. There was no nothing. It was just like you weren't going to be driving around just because you were driving around back in those days. So they had to find a way to do it. So they got a hearse, retrofitted it, and made it a ambulance. And then from there, that continued to pick up because they saw how quickly they were able to get to people, get them. So then the rest of the community just happened to think, you know what? Maybe this is a good idea. Maybe if people do get sick, we can put them in a hearse in the back, retrofit it, and get them to the hospital faster. Because what you going to do, walk there or wait on a cab? Wait on a cab when you're a person of color and they don't pick up people of color? So the Black Panthers had to do something. And it was just like people like this is funny because it's just like I was just like, I had to block this dumbass S. Lewis because it's just like the thing about it is here on this app is that white supremacists, racist, bigots, dumbass maggots will come in here and try to insinuate that you're trying to assume something because their comprehension skills lacks the ability to comprehend fucking empathy and actual fucking common sense. That's the difference between it most of the time. Because most of the time they're gonna come in here talking this dumb shit. And like I said, if you can't tell me, if you are a MAGA, if you are Republican, and you can tell me what an undocumented person looks like, but you can't tell me what a neo-Nazi does, shut the fuck up. Plain and simple. Just shut the fuck up. Because you're full of it. You notice how they got nothing to say, right? It's like the stupidity runs rampant, but then it's just like you have to put it in check because most of the time these people don't understand that when you are talking about these situations, it's just like these people want to act oblivious to it. But then when it concerns them, all of a sudden it's just like, oh my God, this is no, bro. This has been a problem for people of color for years. This has been a problem for African Americans for decades. People forget that the civil rights wasn't that fucking far away. That's wild. Yeah, I did see about that black kid that was thrown in Wisconsin. So it was in Wisconsin. I guess it was like a little gathering or something. And there was this one black kid, and it was I think it was like 3 white kids. And I seen the video, and they were trying to push them into. They weren't the meat grinder wasn't on, but they were pushing him into it, like trying to hurt him into it. So that is definitely assault and definitely attempted murder. Minimum. Because you see the intent that they had. You see the intent that they had in that video when they were doing that. So that's definitely there. No, it's not. Yeah, that's the thing. The problem, see, this is the problem with us as a community, right? Us as a community, we fall for the bullshit. And most of y'all don't call yourselves out on it. I fall for the bullshit sometimes too. I ain't gonna lie. But we be falling for the bullshit way too fucking much. Just like, look, the Black Panther group organization got turned on by the people it was actually trying to help. MAGA is turning on the people like Democrats, liberals, progressives, independents that are trying to help them. And people still don't realize it. It's just in a different way. I was just like, oh my God. Paulie the Outsider says nobody's watching it. No, bro. Dumbasses don't watch this. People that don't have an education always have a fucking problem with me speaking. That's why, look, if y'all see anybody coming in here like that, just report them or say something so I can block them. I don't got time for it because the thing is most of the time that's where my freedom of speech goes because of the fact that these white racists and these white pedophiles tend to do it. Now, is that the only races that do that? No, I got a problem with any fucking pedophile. I condemn them no matter your race, where you came from, what your mammy like, what your pappy like, how many kids you. I don't give a shit. If you're a pedophile, you need to be castrated, unalived, or put through a jail. That's it. No point blank. There's no fucking argument. There's no conversation. We ain't gonna talk about this. But if you MAGA, you gonna try to defend the shit. It's just like anything that's hateful, these people will try to fucking. Nah. It's just like, is anything hateful, they will try to blame it on somebody else. Like, bro, you've seen the KKK. You've heard of people being lynched. You've heard of neighborhoods being burnt down. You've heard of people being attacked, but somehow you never heard of the KKK. But somehow you can fact check me on the fucking MS-13 that you didn't even know was a fucking gang. You didn't even know what the fuck they look like. You ain't even know what fucking country they came from. Shit, most MAGA think that fucking MS-13 is from Mexico. Wait till they find out they not. imagine when they find out that they not even from Mexico. They're gonna be like, what? Where they from? If you want, see, this is what I love. I love this ignorance of a thing. See, I want to pin this. Can I pin this? This is the ignorance I love seeing. You see this? This is the ignorance I love seeing. You see the ignorance? You know what I gotta say to that? This is as easy as, look, this is my reply to you. If you want to end immigration, stop talking about it. No? That don't work the same way? That hit different now, do it, huh? That hits different. Now that hits different. You don't want to talk about immigration. You don't want to. You want to end immigration? Stop talking about it. No, can't do that one. That's crazy. All of a sudden he quiet. All of a sudden he ain't got no other response. What happened? Why he so quiet now? Why so quiet now? My man said, if you want to end racism, you got to stop talking about it. Well, if you want to end racism and stop talking about it, then you got to stop talking about immigrants the way you do also. Because it is not that you want to talk about racism and you just want to end it. You just want to say racism when it pertains to you or when it affects you or supposedly affects you. Because the thing is it's crazy to me that some people be like, oh my God, y'all the majority. How the fuck are y'all the majority and everybody's racist towards y'all? Yet most of everybody else of color is the people that are mostly in jails. And let me guess, oh, it's because they commit more crime. No, because look at what just happened with the video of those kids attacking that black kid. You seen any cops? You heard of any arrests? That's the fucking difference. If it's any person of color, something against a white person, then all of a sudden it's just like, oh my God, we got to make sure. But let something happen the other way. Nothing. This is the easiest way I'll explain this one, and I'll put a case in point to that. If that were the case, then why is it that most of them are the ones going into schools? Y'all the majority. Y'all the ones that are going up into the schools causing all these incidents. It ain't people of color. You know, when was the last person of color you heard running into a school? You haven't, huh? It's been a while. Been a while, hasn't it? It's just like the hypocrisy of it. It was just like, you notice how he said that, right? You notice how he said if you want to stop talking about racism, or if you want racism to end, you have to stop talking about it. But then when I said if you want to end immigration, then you got to stop talking about it. It's not the same energy. Why is that? Why don't you got the same energy? Why ain't you coming back with a quick witty comeback that'll make it sound like you actually know what the fuck you saying? Or that you don't sound ignorant. You don't? That's crazy. It's funny because then it gets quiet. But like I said, look. Oh my God, Chicago 54 shots, 7 fatal. Oh my God. Let's report on Alabama. Let's report on Mississippi. Let's report on West Virginia. Oh, we don't want to put those reports? The ones that have more crime than the highest populated state in the country? Oh, we don't want to talk about that, right? We want to keep that quiet. We're going to keep that quiet. Where it's already been proven that Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, West Virginia, Arkansas, crazy. how the crime is crazy higher in all these other places, but somehow your mouth is on a Democratic state's nuts. He said Arkansas. Arkansas. Because last I fucking checked, it just has a AR in front of Kansas. Funny how it has a state that is named Kansas right next to it. Ain't that crazy? Arkansas. It's not fucking Arkansas. Where the fuck is the W? Like, come on now. I've had this argument with, there's no fucking Southern drawl that turns a S into a W. In fucking German and in Hawaii, they will say the fucking V as a W. I understand that. That's a cultural thing. But Arkansas, SAW. Trust me, I carried a M249 saw. You just like, I never called it. Like, what the fuck? It was just like, it's crazy to me because people will try to argue with me about that. And the thing is they don't actually know where the name Arkansas come from. So you don't even know where Arkansas, the actual meaning of the Arkansas name comes from, but then you want to use it and proclaim it as the way of saying it. So I say Arkansas because of the fact that that is Native American land, and then there's a Native American name that white people just happen to steal. So I don't give them the fucking respect of calling it the way it's supposed to be because of the fact why. Because y'all wanted to take people's fucking land. So Arkansas for your inability to fucking read ass, and then Arkansas for those who are people that are Native American. And clearly the people that want to complain to me about being able to read are the ones that have the lower education in the state of Arkansas. Cause you're gonna be a dumbass and talk about silent words or silent letters. What the fuck is silent in Kansas? Please tell me. I love to hear this fucking English fucking thing. I want to hear this. Please tell me which word or letter is silent in Kansas. I'm waiting. Anybody find a silent letter in Kansas? He said, now watch the gymnastics. It was just like, wouldn't that be it? What's the silent letter in Kansas? Now, if you put AR in front of something, it'd be like aren't, are, arraigned, AR, R, and then the word Kansas. Arkansas. Holy shit, man. I just taught y'all how to fucking read. Ain't that crazy? Imagine that. Cruz hooking MAGA up on phonics. Imagine that. The fuck? Your fucking unreading ass. Don't give me no bullshit. I was just like, if you Native American and you say Arkansas, I fucks with it. I got no problem with it because that's your land. But if you what they like to call, what is it? The colonizers? Nah, fuck that. I don't give them I piss them off on purpose. Because the thing is if I was talking to a Native American, I'd definitely say Arkansas. Because I was just like, I know this is your land. I'm going to respect your land. Arkansas is not their fucking land. What's up, meme? Arkansas is not their land. So I call it Arkansas. I know people are going to throw a fit and then be like, look, it's the English language. But please tell me where the fuck you get a saw from Kansas. How'd you get those words together? Because the thing is I know it's not y'all trying, like, and the funny thing is like, I know it's not y'all trying to say it in a Native American way. That's not it. That's because you didn't know how to read and you did it that way. Like, look, I don't look. If you can have Native American heritage If you ain't living on the land you were fucking native to, you shouldn't be respecting the name they put on it. Cause you notice that some places actually decided to keep the fucking name of some of those places, but then other places they chose not to. So they were picking and choosing which one they was, but they decided to name the ones that then they decided to move them off of. So the ones that they wanted to take over, those were the ones that got renamed. And then the ones that happen to keep their own name is that they used to be that place and it grew up being that place, and then they still moved them off that place. You notice how the reservations just keep getting smaller and smaller. More land just keeps on being taken away. So, Arkansas, if you got a problem with that, argue with your mama. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to keep calling it Arkansas. But look, it's the same way. It's the same thing where it's like, what's up? Like, hello, handsome. I usually don't get that as a first statement. Soggy, my man, I see you. I was just like, mine here is getting good. I'm hoping people get their land back, because that's the thing. I was just like, the craziest thing to me is about this white supremacy thing. Is it's like, yo, y'all not even from here. Like, y'all not even from here. How that's the craziest thing to me, that it's just like these white supremacists will be quick to be like, oh my God, this is our land, but totally forgot that they came and took it from somebody else. So it's like, how you gonna try to tell me this is your land when you yourself weren't even the originator here, yet you the master race? Master of what? Most of y'all frail ass bitch made dudes. Like, this shit is crazy to me. Like, how the fuck you got the fucking master race that's scared of every other race? Somebody, please. Somebody explain that to me. How you the master race scared of every other race? Yo, nobody. How can you explain that? Yo, bro, my man said they can't even be in the sun. Hey, this is not against my fellow white people. This is against white supremacists. Just so y'all understand, I am calling out white supremacy. I'm not going against my white people. I love my white people. Because, some MAGA's going to come in here and get fucking highly offended because I'm saying that, because he's going to think, oh, he's talking about me. Well, if the shoe fucking fits, go fucking kick your ass in it. That's it. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, what the fuck? I was just like, no, I love everybody. I love everybody. I love every race. I love everybody, but I don't stand for hatred. I can't stand for hatred. I don't care where it fucking comes from. I don't care for anything that goes against kids. I don't give a fuck what the fuck you gotta say. I got fucking kids. I got people that got kids. I know a bunch of veterans that got fucking kids that I served with. And best believe, if you do something to one of those kids, I'm gonna beat your ass myself with it too while they helping. Or I'm gonna be the one helping. There's no way around that. If you're gonna argue with that, get the fuck out of here. There should be no argument. That's not a talk. Like, that's the one thing I have to, like, the crazy thing is that you have to explain to a Republican or MAGA that you don't mess with kids. Whether it's physically, mentally, not giving them food, not giving them fucking the resources to fucking learn and educate themselves. There's no fucking ifs, ands, or buts about it, bro. These are the people that are going to come after us. No matter what fucking white supremacist you are, you still going to have some dumbass fucking kid that's going to follow in your same ass dumbass footsteps. And still going to be a punk ass bitch. Like, come on now. Just like that's the thing. What you notice is just like most of these, like, the thing about it is that's the funny thing, and that's the thing about MAGA, and that's why you can associate them with those groups sometimes. The easy way to tell is like, look how quickly they shut the fuck up when they by themselves, but they loud as fuck when they got a couple people with them, ain't they? So I know that's why MAGA's a whole bunch of bitch made people. Cause it's just like y'all talk a whole lot of shit when y'all fucking with a group of y'all. But when y'all by yourselves, man, it get awfully fucking quiet. Awfully fucking quiet. You don't hear anything. All of a sudden, they in a Mexican restaurant fucking dancing the fucking quebradita and shit. Talk about, I love you guys. I voted for Harris with your lying ass. It was just like, come on, bro. Like, well, we already know that shit. And that's the thing. It's just like they punks for that. But that's the thing that most people, you got to call them out. You got to identify these people and make sure they point it out at the supreme knowledge so that everybody fucking knows. So it's just like anybody sees them. Oh, you a racist. All right, got you. Ain't no question. I already know. Say something stupid. Because that's what it turns out. Just say something stupid. I already know you're kind. I already know what you about. Just say it. Just say it. Go ahead. Just try your luck. See how. That's it. I was just like, the thing is don't the crazy thing about MAGA and conservatives is that some of them are actually Christians. Some. Most are not. Most are gonna get up there. You know, have you ever been on those slip and slides in like water parks, the ones that you like sit in the, like you stand up in the tube and then the tube just like the bottom just goes out and you just slide down? That's how it's gonna be with a lot of these people. That's gonna be funny as fuck. Motherfuckers gonna walk up to the gate and just like, oh, I'm straight to hell. Ain't no fucking thought process or nothing. And it's like, we ain't even need to fucking help you explain. We didn't need to hear you open your mouth to try to explain you justifying anything you fucking did in your lifetime. Shut your ass up and go to hell. That's it. That's it. How can you be Christian and hate? How can you be Christian and judge? How can you be Christian and not take care of the poor? How can you be Christian and not take care of the children? How can you be Christian and not take care of the elderly? That's like simple pinnacle stuff that's in there. Simple pinnacle stuff that it's just like, you live this way, you will live a great life. You will live a better life. Maybe that's why MAGA is so fucking broke and so fucking in despair. It makes fucking sense. Because they go against the book. That's why they always have such a fucking hard time. Because they're fucking hypocrites. It makes fucking sense now. I just fucking realized that. It was just like the people that want to claim to be of such faith, but go against everything that the faith teaches and wonder why they're in fucking purgatory. Wow, that shit just makes sense. It makes so much sense now. That's why these people are always in such fucking problems, and they always have to blame somebody else because they never blame themselves. Always judging somebody else, and they wonder why. Damn, why am I so broke? Why can't I pay for eggs? Why can't I pay for gas? Because instead of paying attention to yourself, because they say, what does it say? It's within you. You out here portraying hate towards other people that have nothing to do with you, don't do anything against you, and actually fucking just work themselves to take care of themselves. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? Imagine trying to justify being a Christian. You shouldn't have to justify that. You just like, I've never trusted anybody that had to justify their religion. If you got to justify what you believe in, do you really fucking believe in it? If you have to justify it, do you really believe it? I'm just saying, I'm just asking, because the thing is I have people here answering, but it's not MAGA. MAGA just tunes out because I be calling them out too much that they just be like, damn, this dude be fucking up my morning. I can't be fucking having no coffee listening to I just be having MAGA upset at their job that they don't even want to tune in no more. I'm like, look, this dude's gonna fuck up my morning. If I decide to sit here and listen to this man talk, I'm gonna have a fucked up morning. I can't do this today. I'm just gonna swipe up. The one time they do swipe up is probably when they actually are at work. But then when they're not at work and they want to complain about me not being at work or being able to do this the whole time without having to worry about it, I'm the problem. But it's just interesting to see that, right? It's just like you can't justify it, you can't defend it. Oh, and just to give y'all a heads up, I am, if y'all see the little names and stuff up there, those are my other socials. Because the Vet Aware Project, that's for my veteran workshops and helping veterans out. The Just Cruz on is just my channel. If y'all can, go ahead and follow me there, because I know after these TOS updates about not being able to say anything, most likely y'all not going to be seeing me much, or y'all going to see me banned for long periods of time. So if y'all haven't, go on my socials. It's in my bio. Just go check it out there, just so that way y'all can keep on following me, because I still plan on doing these. Just the thing is YouTube gives me more leniency and I don't deal with bots as much. But then also I will have my own website up doing that, and I'll be doing the lives there. So it'll be without a filter, without anybody being able to think, because it's my own website. So doing it that way. Because the thing is right now, it's just like, if you haven't noticed, a lot of this stuff is just like these TOS updates, you not being able to complain, you not being able to say anything, is basically against what the United States is supposed to be able to do. I'm supposed to be able to complain about my representation. I'm supposed to be able to complain about my president. The crazy thing is MAGA spent the last 4 years doing that about Joe Biden, but now all of a sudden it's taboo to do against their president. Make that make sense? Somebody explain that to me. I've been trying to figure that one out too. So it's just like, I'm also live on YouTube currently right now. So if ever I just happen to like magically disappear instantly, I'm on YouTube also, because that means somebody probably just mass reported me and decided, you know what, we just gonna mass report. Because remember, it's gonna be, with this TOS changes, it's gonna be an interesting thing. Remember all the hoopla and hollering that all these big MAGA content creators were talking about? Oh my God, the Democrats are trying to censor us. They're trying to ban free speech. Remember all that bullshit? Where are all those content creators at? Where are all those MAGA Republican, especially the people of color Republicans or MAGA? The people of color MAGA, where the fuck y'all at? Y'all were talking all this shit. Imagine talking all this shit, then all of a sudden you just happen to change your tune, and now you're just trying to be. Notice how I just got quiet? I'm just like, come on, man. Trump to announce that U.S. Space Command will move headquarters to Alabama. Ooh. So you're going to have a broke-ass state in charge of Space Command. Like, do you hear the nonsense that these people come up with? Like, we're going to invest in putting something into one of our poorest states, one of our dumbest states, and we're going to put the U.S. Space Command there. I don't care where it is. You literally just basically telling me that you have to import the people that are going to be working there. So all you doing is like the same tactic. You know what happens now? You move the Space Command to Huntsville, right? And you know what happens in Huntsville? You have a large fucking property increase. And you know what that does? That's going to raise the value of all these people's homes, but it's also going to start raising the property tax, because what they're going to do, they're going to put the property tax up. And then what's going to happen? These people are not going to be able to afford to live in Huntsville, Alabama no more, because, you know, Space Command has brought up the property value so much that most of them has sold, or most of them will not be able to pay their property tax, and then they're going to go. Rinse and repeat, y'all. Rinse and repeat. And I bet you Space Command is going to go there, and it's going to be subsidized by the federal government with the help of the Alabama taxpayers. See, look, it's already high for what it's worth, and you get a minimum wage of $7.25. Mm. And you're gonna put Space Command? That's the thing they wouldn't do. The thing is this is the conundrum that this administration has. It's just like, yo, we want to get rid of people, but these are the people that actually do the jobs we don't want. That's why this administration doesn't know what the fuck to do. They're like trying to send anybody they can, but it's just like, fuck, these people actually do the jobs that most people don't fucking do. Because remember when he was just like, remember when Trump was just like, oh, we're gonna see if we can make it like a pathway system for farm owners and hotel owners because they're losing a lot of their people. Is that most people don't understand that. See, the people I have here, y'all have some sort of sensibility, y'all have some sort of intelligence. The thing is just like you have to. It's preparing them. Using the military for landscaping is preparing them for the outside world when they need to apply to become gardeners. To take the jobs of the immigrants that were doing the gardening. That's all they're doing. It's like a damn, I was about to say work release program, and you sounded like fucking Ghislaine Maxwell and shit or Epstein. I was just like, yeah, you're gonna work in the military doing landscaping so that way you can become a gardener and take over, our farms that need farming. You see, it's like the minor leagues of, I don't know. Just like I was just like, it's the crazy thing about it is just like this country goes broke, right? But the thing is you notice how the high skilled jobs we actually import from other countries? But MAGA doesn't realize that. Why do you think that most of our doctors are foreign? Why do you think most of fucking software techs and developers are foreign? It was just like the high skilled jobs are being imported from another place to do it here instead of actually having the education or the systems to actually build smarter people in the States. Ain't that crazy? It was like you would think, where's the where's the fucking state of emergency for the lack of doctors in this country? Where's the executive order for that? Let's make health great again, right? Let's stop the FDA. Oh yeah, trade schools. My bad. Go to trade schools, y'all. Go to trade schools. It was like the funny thing is just like the funny thing about it is that I'm older. I'm 40 years old. So I've lived a couple of decades. Just a couple of decades. But it's interesting how like 2 decades ago it was the same thing. Where everyone was being pushed into trade schools. And then once we had too many farmers, too many plumbers, too many electricians, too many carpenters, then all of a sudden it was just like, yep, we need people that are educated. It was just like people don't understand it. It's just like it's the way this system works to build the next generation. This generation that's coming up, they want them to be the trade school generation. And then after that, the next one is just going to be the fucking degrees. It just keeps going back and forth. What does the country need? They need more plumbers. They need you to work that overtime. They need you. All this building that they want to do for all these fucking data centers. It's not for you to work there. It is kind of for them to work there. It's for you to work there to put the shit together and then get the fuck on once it's built. Yeah, it's so you can build it. That's what people were just like, oh my God, they're bringing jobs back to America. Bro, did you not hear? It's been like recent news that multiple corporations have been like, "Oh, we're doing like thousand people layoffs." I was like, "You really don't? You really think? You think that with all the automation that's going on, you really gonna get something made? Like, you really think? Like, the crazy thing to me is that people really think like in China, everybody's just putting these parts together by hand. Is that what MAGA thinks? That's how they build the iPhone. It's just literally people putting every fucking soldier in every single part together. Is that what MAGA thinks happens in fucking China or in any other place? It was just like you do realize that a lot of this stuff is computerized. A lot of this stuff is automated. I was just like, that's what I think MAGA thinks. I think MAGA thinks that people go like that. All these corporations decided to move all their fucking companies to China to basically have people literally tinkering and no, bro, everything is automated. The thing is what they're paying people less that have to supervise the shit. So the people that have to supervise and make sure that the fucking machines don't break are the ones that are getting paid minimal, where here you would get paid more for that. But the thing is the same money that they're paying them, they can hire like 8 of their people just for one of you. That's cost effective. And be like, and here you are that you're gonna ask me the dumbass question: what companies moved to China? Really, bro? Really? Please tell me the fucking Apple plant that we have here making iPhones. See, it's always some dumbass troll like tell me all of them. Like, come on, bro, you got to be that fucking stupid. It was just like you see what I'm saying? Like, you got to be that stupid that you're gonna ask what companies moved to China, bro. They've been in China. All these companies been in China. They just been telling you that they fucking you look. This is where it annoys me the most with people. Cause MAGA will be the same ones. Oh my God, the fucking human rights violations in China are fucking terrible. We have to change it. But then don't say anything when all the corporations and all the shit they buy from is the ones that's actually doing the human rights violations. Make it make sense. Just make it make sense for me. That's make that make sense. Make that make sense. The same people that are, oh my God, human rights violations, it's fucking terrible. Oh my God. But yes, let's give corporations another fucking permanent tax break to make sure that they keep on having those companies overseas and keep on exploiting these people that you supposedly feel so bad about. Remember All Lives Matter? Where the fuck they at? Don't All Lives Matter people really did fucking disappear quickly, didn't they? Motherfuckers just made it just to try to contradict Black Lives Matter. And then it's All Lives Matter. And then fucking Gaza happens and whew, they just fucking went with the wind, huh? All of a sudden, I haven't heard of All Lives Matter yet. Where's all these Republicans that were like, All Lives Matter? Where are all these All Lives Matter people? Where are all the All Lives Matter people when it comes to talking about deporting Guatemalan kids or just deporting kids to Guatemala? Because you don't even know what nationality these kids are. You literally took kids and you separated them from their parents, and then you decided that you were going to put them on a plane, not tell nobody, and fly them to Guatemala? Oh, look, it's a dude with a small penis. Hey, look, guy, it's a pick me. It's a pick me. Bro, how you too scared to even type it? Damn, you a bitch made. That's crazy. How you scared to even type it? Bro, it's okay because your shit just does this. Us people, our shit swings from one end of the hip to the other side of the hip. Yours barely makes it probably across your balls. It's okay to be mad, bro. We understand. We understand. You must be part of the master race, right? You part of the master race too? With your sensitive ass? The fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, man. I ain't got time for y'all. It's just like you could tell when people come in here with they small shit trying to. My man said, basically, that's what I'm saying. It's like you come in here talking about you hate a group, but then you definitely imagine that you say that, but there you are rocking braids. Yeah, you believe this stupid shit. It'd be the main ones talk about I don't like the movement, but I'ma look like them. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Man, that's the thing. Man, this is what MAGA don't understand. I don't stream off my phone. I stream off my computer. So when you come in and make a stupid ass statement, all I got to do is 2 clicks and I see your whole page and I see at least the first 16 videos you posted. And the first 16 is you in a red dumbass MAGA shirt with your receding ass hairline. Cause bro, just give it up. Your braids is just not, they not making you look cool, bro. Your forehead, you got like a 6 head going on, bro. It's okay. We understand. You hate the culture so much that you got to try to dress like them. It's okay, bro. We understand. You good though. People, it's just like you miss it. That's what I'm just like. People be coming in here talking with this tough guy energy, but look straight bitch made. Like, bro, you look like a bitch. Plain and simple. Make America red. You probably voted for Trump. Wait till your ass gets arrested. Get the fuck, dumbass. It was just like, imagine coming in saying that my Wi-Fi is cutting out, but it's you that is so broke that can't afford an actual 5G service phone. Imagine that. Imagine that I'm streaming on TikTok and on YouTube simultaneously with no skips or beats, but then somehow you come in here with your choppy ass fucking Wi-Fi complaining about my stream when it's your lack of a fucking phone. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Look at that. Look, it makes sense. It makes sense. Look at him. A Philadelphia fan. Do I need to say more? Imagine that. Imagine a grown ass man that's swallowing another man's dick just because he thinks he's cool. That's you, bro. That's all you. All you. All you. just like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on now. It's okay, bro. What you thought your profile was in public? Oh, you thought you came into one of those other Democrats or liberals or progressives or independents. That's what you thought you came into. Got it. It was just like, bro, you got that picture of yourself when you was a kid because that was the only time you were happy because you look fat as fuck and fucking miserable as fuck. That's crazy, though. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's wild. This is like I said, it was just like pick a struggle with the struggles. Yeah, I got it. Yo! Oh shit. Oh shit, Mia, y'all got me cracking up today, man. This is good entertainment. Like what? We need to get more people in here. Fuck all that. This is fucking crazy. Yo, how you got two people not worth a damn coming in here trying to talk shit, and it's like people forget that they got a profile picture. Like, do you forget we can see you? How you gonna say you dislike Black Lives Matter, but then you want to be nothing but the culture? That's the other thing I never understood fully, right? Why is it that it's the same people that always have a problem with the culture that always want to do everything the culture does? You hate immigrants, but you love their food because you finally tasted seasoning. You mad at the fact that you were lied to your whole life talking about this is what chicken's supposed to taste like. It's okay, bro. I'd be mad too. I'd probably have a midlife crisis too if I finally found out that you put seasoning in chicken and it's actually supposed to taste good and not bland. But that's me though. That's just me. I would have been mad at life too. Imagine becoming a fucking adult. Imagine being in your mid 30s to 40s and then realizing that chicken actually don't taste like that. I'd be mad as fuck too. I'd be mad. You know what? It makes sense that I'd be like, this is what. Hold on, salt. What the fuck? Sazon. What the fuck? Adobo. What the fuck is this? Just like paprika. The fuck? Yo, these people. I understand why people mad. And now see it makes sense. Now that shit makes sense. Now it makes sense because imagine having. So you could imagine how bland fucking Taco Tuesdays was before they actually met the Mexican kid in the school. Now I understand why these people be so mad. Because that's the thing. Most of them, you know what's funny? Because look at how some of them eat steak. Just cook a little bit on one side, cook a little. You ain't gonna put nothing on it, bro. Not even salt. Not even a little bit of seasoning just to add some flavor. Like, yeah, it's gonna be good if it's medium rare. If it's well done, you overcooked it. Yes, but damn, man, at least even do the Salt Bay, dude. Fucking roll that shit off your fucking elbow or some shit. Do something to it, man. Add something. Like, come on, bro. Like, y'all could have just bullshitted and acted like. Y'all remember that dude? What happened to that dude? What the fuck that dude happened? Bro. But Duke, that's the honest truth. Wars were started because of spices. So I'm not making this up. Y'all think I'm joking and shit. I ain't making this up. Look at back in the day. It was just like, why do you think they just went to the Caribbean and started trading the spices they had? It wasn't just the sugar cane they were taking. They were taking all the other spices that came with it. They were trading it like crazy. That was currency back in the day for them. Because it was just like, bro, I can control a whole army with fucking. Imagine putting a little bit of this in a chicken. Yo, my army will fight for days, bro. you know what that probably is? That's how they probably tricked people back in the day. It was just like back in the day, they would just feed you like regular chicken and shit, and you would just eat it and be like, oh, peasants. And then the fucking rich people just fucking put a little bit of seasoning. It was just like, and then they handed it to him like, this is what real chicken. This is what fucking royal chicken tastes like. There you go. They probably just added seasoning. Because people couldn't afford seasoning like that. So that's what they probably did. They just probably made it seem like, oh, look, bro, you about to eat good today. You see this? This is the most royal fucking chicken plate you will ever fucking have. And that's what they did. But now I understand why you so mad. Because I'd be mad too if I grew up and was fucking 40 years old and found out that chicken was supposed to. Yeah, exactly. You can have some royal chicken if you fight for me. I was like, you'll eat this daily. And the motherfuckers are just like, what? I was just like, I'm eating with the royalty today. Bro, that's all they had to do. Look at how MAGA falls for it also. I can sell you a gold phone, and you can talk the same way you could on your broke phone. But this is a Trump phone. If you buy this, you get the same capabilities. Nothing different. Because you know that's what it was. That's what it is. These people think they cool because they're gonna have fucking. You get that Trump 5G, bro. Like, come on, bro. Really, a gold-plated phone? The gold-plated sneakers couldn't even afford to put the fucking 50 stars on the fucking sneakers and then put a big ass ugly T in it. Like, come on, bro. Yo, I thought this guy left. He came back. Like he ain't have nothing to say. And then all he came back and said, bro, I think they might have braided your hair too tight, bro, because your brain cells is slowly deteriorating faster than you can actually type. My man disappeared for a whole fucking like 10 minutes just to come back with that bullshit answer. Are you serious, bro? That's what you came up with? You mean to tell me you took all this fucking time and that's the best you could come up with? Bro, go be a fake fan somewhere else, bro. That's crazy. I just can't bring us food, bro. No, it's just crazy, man. It's just like, how you gonna hate so much on a group of people and then you're gonna want the fucking same thing they have? Y'all on some funny shit today, bro. Scam. Oh man, this is a good way to start a morning, y'all. Y'all the MVPs for that. Y'all the MVPs for that. Yo, man, like why even come back, bro? The whole chat roasted you on your fucking 6-headed braids. With your big ass forehead. Come on, bro. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. But I'm telling you, it's always the same thing. They always try to take the thing. But I bet you if you ask him if he can point out a pedophile, he quiet. But I bet you if you ask him if he can point out a racist, quiet again. Bet how quiet he gets. Let's see how quiet he gets. Let's see how quiet he gets. That's it. That's all I want to see. I'm just like, I know you're not gonna come on here and try to talk nonsense, and it's just like, bro, have you looked at your profile? Have you looked at what you're saying? I was just like, you can't tell me you hate a community or you hate a group of people and then you want everything that they have. It just doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. That's just being a hypocrite. That was just like, if you were so proud, the thing is like, I could tell you Puerto Rican. I can already tell you Puerto Rican. I can already tell you Puerto Rican. You one of those that came from Puerto Rico, moved into the States, and thought you was just better than everybody else, but wanted to be everybody else because you couldn't be yourself. It's okay. It's okay. We've all met those people. We've trust me. I've met and I've seen Hispanic Trump sympathizers. I've seen Black Trump sympathizers. I've seen Asian Trump sympathizers. I've seen every other race like Donald Trump, but Donald Trump don't like them. Ain't that wild? Isn't that a wild, crazy assessment? That is just like you know what's funny too? The fucking you know that guy that made the Trump burger? You know the Trump burger? The guy that made it a whole thing, he made like a whole restaurant and shit. Why he got deported by ICE? Why? Y'all remember the lady that was also like in Florida that he was like hugging her and shit because she was like, "Oh my god, this and that," and then she was crying in the next video talking about he lied to us. We can't believe he did this. I was like, "You dumbass!" It was just like you didn't think that was gonna happen. You didn't think that was gonna happen. You didn't think he was lying to get you to vote for him, and then all of a sudden he's taking all the shit away. He's taking away protections from Cubans, taking away protections from Haitians. Imagine the fact that you are so mad at people of color that you won't and don't want to accept Cubans, which are supposedly from a socialist country. You know how racist you got to be? That you don't even want to afford the protections to people that come from a communist country? Like do you understand that process? It was just like Cubans love Trump, but then he's taking away their ability to stay here legally because he's trying to take away their asylum. So imagine that you are basically a political refugee from a communist fucking country and you come to the United States and he's basically telling you you're going to have to go back. Wild, isn't it? Mia, you yo, y'all on some shit today, bro. Y'all got me cracking the fuck up. Bro, that's the thing, and that's the thing that people don't understand. The thing that drives me even crazier is that these people think like, do you really think Donald Trump is going to support you? What has Donald Trump signed in the first 7 months of him being in office that has done anything to give you a benefit? Shit, I asked that from any fucking Trump supporter. There's been how many executive orders? We didn't have anything done to the housing situation. We haven't done anything to healthcare. Imagine, why don't we have a state of emergency for the fucking healthcare system? Matter of fact, because I'm a veteran, I'm a military veteran, right? The OIG inspection just came out that more than 95% or close to 95% of all VA hospitals and clinics are understaffed. Why isn't that a state of emergency? Why don't we make a something to make sure that gets taken care of faster? Oh, I forgot. Y'all don't want free health care because that's socialist, right? That's a socialist thing, right? That's why. That's the reason. That's the reason. Oh, got it. Yeah, y'all want to say it's socialist, but then when y'all get a stimulus check, that's not socialist. When when you have a federal government and federal taxes paying, mind you, paying for your health care right now, that's not subsidizing that. That's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, so school is welfare, I guess. Yeah. So I guess you going to be able to actually read or write is welfare, I guess, to Republicans. Mind you, that's why they're fucking at the lower half of the fucking education system. But it makes sense. I was just like, oh, it was just like I've never like for what I don't understand is just like how many people break bread with somebody that won't break bread with them. Oh, give me a sec. It's funny. It's funny how like imagine trying to say that the inner city communities are the worst ones, but they're located in a red state. Because you notice how when it's a democratic state and a democratic city, they don't have these education problems. But when you just happen to be in a Republican state but have a blue city, you do. Why is that? Because the only thing I'm noticing is that it's a red state having a blue city that can't grow because the red state is holding it back. But when it's a blue city, you never hear of them having that problem. You never have the problem of a blue city not having resources. You never have a problem of the blue city not trying to take care of their kids. What's up, Emma? You don't have a problem with blue cities giving kids free lunches. No, Deja, you know why the reason I got the perfect answer as to why Donald Trump does not send the National Guard to the red states. Because he don't care for them. He cares about the Democratic states. He doesn't care about the red states. He's emphasizing even more that he cares more for the blue states than he does the red states. Because you're gonna tell me that these red states have higher crime, but somehow he's sending all the resources to Democratic states? Imagine the fact that you're so dumb of a Republican state that you actually are sending your National Guard to DC before you even sent them into your own streets. And the thing is you know what the craziest thing to me is just like it's always well, yeah, we know they're not a threat, but at the same time, it's just like he's not realizing that these Republican states are also starting to turn on him too. That's the thing that most Republicans ain't paying attention to. Not everybody's dumb. Not everybody's stuck on stupid. You have some MAGA that voted for him and then saw what the bill came out to. Because what they do, they wanted to talk to their representative. And what did their representative do? Most of the representatives didn't show up. Most of the representatives end up walking out. So basically, these representatives are doing all this. And you think that all 77 million of y'all are going to vote for him again? When a good portion of those are going to start struggling when they can't pay their medical bills? When a good portion starts losing their Medicaid and Medicare benefits? When the price of everything starts going up? I was just like, y'all really think that y'all just going to magically just fucking end up winning all these states all over again when most of the states is upset at the fact that they are not going to be able to afford anything? Because remember, all these taxes and all these tariffs is coming into what? Because remember, all the tariffs is you paying money, right? Then you got to remember that most people ain't paying attention. This is what I want MAGA to pay attention to, right? MAGA, if you are in a Republican state or a Republican district, whatever part of the state, tell me how much your property tax is going to go up this year. Because you ain't paying attention to that. You worried about tariffs because you so fucking winning, but all that money that's going in there ain't going to you. It's you paying extra money for shit that's unnecessary because he put a tariff on it. Because imagine. Oh, I know. Emma, I'm about to get an 8% hike in my fucking property tax. 8%. You know what the fuck that is? Most of MAGA don't do that because they don't have a fucking house. Oh no, Emma. The thing is I'm fine. That's the thing. I'm fine. I have no problem with an 8% increase. The only problem is that I've become a lot more vocal in my community about talking shit about where the money's going. That's it. I was just like, I got no problem with an 8% increase. It was like, hey, if you put it into my schools in the neighborhood, you put it into fucking fixing the roads, fixing this, I ain't got no problem with you raising my taxes. I got a problem when you fucking raising my taxes to help somebody else pay or a corporation to pay for something to be moved into my location. That's when I have a problem. When you subsidizing a corporation that can outright pay for their building of whatever, because they're supposedly going to bring jobs, but at the end of the day, they're going to bring jobs, but what does that do? Oh my God, you're going to bring 100 jobs. Bro, there's like fucking 100,000 people. What the fuck is 100 jobs going to fucking do? Like, that's what MAGA will be like, oh my God, did you hear the announcement? Apple's going to bring 500 jobs. Bro, there's 330 million of us. Apple is going to make 500 jobs in a 7-year span. Imagine that. Whew. Groundbreaking. Oh my God, there's unemployment will be fucking covered. It will be fucking taken care of. Everybody's going to have a job because these 500 people are being hired by Apple. Like, how dumb do you got to fucking be? I was like, that's the thing. It's just like, they said, don't blue states send money to red states, which bumps up our cost? Not necessarily that it bumps up the cost, because the thing is the corporations is going to raise costs regardless. Because look, put it like this, right? This is the easiest way to explain how the corporations is fucking just giving us the fucking finger. There's an easy way of explaining it, right? You saw when Donald Trump first put the tariffs, right? Prices stayed because they didn't know, right? Prices then went up because they were expecting the tariffs, right? They remember how the tariffs just stopped and got paused? Yeah, remember that, the whole pause, go. We're gonna extend it for 90 days, bullshit, or another 2 weeks to the 2 weeks. Y'all remember all that, right? Everybody remember that, right? Exactly. When did the prices go back down? The tariffs stopped. So if you put the prices up because you were expecting the tariffs, but then the tariffs got stopped, why didn't you put the fucking price back down? He said February 30th. I'm just saying. I was just like, you're not gonna tell. See, this is the other thing. This is the other thing, right? This is the other thing. The prices have never gone fucking down, no matter what has happened. Look, I'm gonna put it like this. Put even look, this is another perspective that most people didn't fucking think about either. Y'all remember COVID-19, right? Y'all remember COVID-19? Everybody was doing COVID-19, right? Remember when there was nobody buying shit? Nobody going outside? People were just ordering stuff and not many people were buying shit. How come prices didn't go down? Because for some reason, supply and demand doesn't work for corporations. Because if you had such a supply because nobody was buying it, why didn't the prices go down? Because the demand wasn't there. So that means prices should have gone down. Isn't that? That's simple economics. But the prices didn't go down, and there was a surplus of all the shit because people weren't buying it, except if you were trying to get toilet paper. For some reason, everybody thought they were going to shit themselves to death because of COVID, and I guess toilet paper was the fucking number one commodity because that shit went up. If you invested probably in fucking whatever brand of fucking tissue paper, you probably made a killing after that. I was just like, the thing, what baffled me the most was just like, yo, they ain't even say fucking COVID causes diarrhea, and everybody thought they were just gonna shit themselves that they needed all this toilet paper. Like, this is the commodity you thought you needed most. So were you not planning to wash your ass through the process, or you were just trying to fucking wipe away? Like, We'll leave that. 'Cause that shit confused the fuck out of me. Like I was just like, yo, what were y'all thinking? I was just like, but that's it. It was just like, what were y'all thinking? Like, what the fuck did y'all think? It was just like, I understand. Like, it's worse when sometimes you hear like those. Remember those old infomercials? I was like, side effects may be, near death, bleeding, internal bleed. You get all the side effects is worse than the fucking medication. Like, should I take this shit? Like, no, I think I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna leave this alone. I don't know what no damn. They don't know it. It was just crazy to me. I was just like, but at the same time, prices didn't go down. Somehow MAGA didn't realize that. Somehow didn't realize that even after these corporations got a tax cut from Donald Trump in 2017, that the next 2 years, which is basically 2018 and 2019, corporations still didn't bring prices down. Corporations didn't actually raise their wages. So it's just like, MAGA, you've been going through the same process for the past couple of decades and you're still stuck on stupid. And it's just like, yo, we can't move forward because of your dumbass. But, Duke, you try to tell these people to get a bidet. They're going to call you a witch. What kind of fucking sorcery is this? I'm like, what fucking sorcery is this man trying to put on me? What the fuck? Jail this man. Bro, you get locked up so quick, bro. They seen that shit, they be like, bro, but it was like, what kind of sorcery is this? I was like, I'm not taking part of this sorcery. Just, bro, they'd lose their shit. They'd be like, it's healthy or nah. It's just gonna make, these, no, dude, look, people that don't know how to read should not be given shit that they need instructions for. ATX, yes. No, I don't even want to know what these people would probably come up with if they can't read the fucking instructions. But yo, instead of LGBTQ. They probably think the bidet comes with like a fucking rainbow that just shoots out of it every single time you fucking use it or something. It'll be some dumb shit too. Like, I can't use it. Every time I use the bidet, I just happen to see a rainbow come out. The shit just lights up. Motherfuckers got RGB lighting on the fucking toilet seat, and they'll be like, oh my God, we can't do this. This is sanitary, but I can't support the cause. Like, what the fuck, man? It's just crazy. It's just crazy to me, man. These people is just like, and that's the thought process. Why does that RGB? I didn't even know they had that. Oh shit. Oh man, bruh. Y'all giving me a good laugh today. Y'all giving me a good laugh today. I can't even, man. That shit is crazy. My man said, I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. It has RGB sold. I'm getting 2 of them. I only got 1 bathroom. I'm getting 2 of them. Shit is crazy, man. But it's just like these people are just like, it's crazy. Like, like, y'all fucking hilarious today. Today I am having fun. Today this has been a great fucking life. I haven't laughed this fucking hard. I don't know how fucking long. And I've laughed a good amount in some of my lives, but this one has taken the cake. I will say this one has been the funniest shit ever. But it's just like, it's like, but how do you move forward with that though? That's what I'm saying. You can't move forward without that. You can't move forward with this shit. It's just like, because you got to think about it. It's just like, how do we fucking get better when a person will associate a fucking bidet with the LGBTQ? A person will associate fucking a different language as you being an immigrant instead of them looking at it as like, no, you ignorant and uncultured. Why is that never the talking point? Why are we looking down on people that have multiple languages? Like, bro, they can speak 2 languages. You can barely speak one. Shit, you can barely even read one, and you mad at somebody because they can talk 2? It was just like, wait till they go to Europe and they go into one of these tourist areas and they have people that talk like 4 or 5 fucking languages. Crisp, too. They're going to be like, oh my God, what are they teaching them here? Why would they learn another language? Why? Because they not stupid and they travel? Like, the fuck? Oh, no, I know they don't travel. And that's the reason why MAGA is the way they are. Because they don't travel. MAGA doesn't go and see the world. MAGA barely leaves their state. MAGA thinks that what they live in and the situation around them is the best thing ever because they've never seen or experienced anything better. You can't argue that with me. They've never seen what better is. To them, their little fucking fucked up town that got no fucking education, barely got working fucking buildings or fucking whatever, that's what they think is like, yo, this is living. That's all it is. If you've never experienced certain things, you're going to be uncomfortable towards it. But then when you see it and you experience it and you're actually in there, it's just like, yo, this isn't as bad as they fucking say. It was just like, damn, these people, they got, their schools are funded. I don't have to pay for a school lunch. Well, in New York City, you probably got to have, like, you got them cat-sized rats, though. So that is a fucking draw away. But those are rare and in between. They there, though. But that's rare and in between when you see them. But the thing is the mentality that is just like, no. Them thinking that Africa is poor is because they always see the fucking National Geographic of the fucking poor fucking tribe that Africa has decided to actually leave the fuck alone, unlike white people, that they always go and want to interfere with a fucking different culture, some shit. No. What in Africa is like, bro, you want to keep on, you don't want technology? Stay your ass over there. We gonna leave you alone. Just stay over there. We ain't gonna mess with you. You ain't gonna mess with us. That's it. Look how simple that was. But then when's the last time you seen a National Geographic on the actual capital city of one of these African countries? You haven't, have you? Because I sure as fuck haven't. When's the latest 2025 documentary on the upbringing of Africa? Haven't seen it, huh? Wild coincidence? Just a wild coincidence? Wild coincidence, isn't that you've never seen a updated... You notice how you never see updated shit from any other country? Because they don't want you to see that they living good. Imagine telling MAGA, yo, Africans got homes. They got skyscrapers. They got free health care. Free education. Shit. Some of them actually will fly you to another country to get educated. Full ride scholarship. That's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy. Crazy. How some African countries will pay to send people to the United States for school, pay for everything, so that then they can learn and then bring it back to their country. I learned that a lot. Why? Because I graduated from a school that has agriculture. And a lot of the students that here are bioengineer, all those engineering things and everything agriculture, a lot of them are people that are from foreign countries. Because you know why? In those foreign countries, some of those countries don't have the resources that we have here. In those countries, they don't have fucking states full of fucking nothing like Kansas. Sorry, Emma, There's no defending that. They don't have farmland that just grows and grows. They don't have fucking miles and miles and miles of fucking, bro, fucking the cattle gets more fucking land, I think, than people in the fucking United States. like, like, so don't tell me it's not that you don't have the space or you don't have the land. It's like you have it. You just want to make it so that people don't mess with that land for some reason. But then people will say I'm like a conspiracy theorist or some shit like that. I was just like, look, this is what Emma's from Kansas. So I just feel that because what they say about Kansas is Kansas used to be ocean, they say. That this used to be ocean, like it used to be covered by ocean. So like all these hills and all this shit used to be ocean. So you mean to tell me there's shit under here? I'm just saying. It just that thought process just come to me. It was just like, this was supposedly all ocean. So you mean all these hills ain't fucking hills? Because some of these hills just look out of fucking place. But that's just me. That would just be me. But then the thing is people like I would say something like that and people look at me like, yo, Cruz, you must be crazy or something. But it wasn't crazy when they fucking flooded black communities to make them lakes. That wasn't crazy. Look how easy, like, look how long it takes. Put it like this is the reason why I say that a lot of the stuff is just like, if you're not supposed to be there, there's a reason they don't want you there. There's a reason they don't want people going into the Grand Canyon. Why? We don't fucking know. Why can't you go in the Grand Canyon? What the fuck are we gonna see that people can't see in the Grand Canyon? You got all this farmland that's just farmland. It was just like, bro, you got all this farmland for what? Oh, it's just like cows? The cows don't need this fucking much land. These motherfuckers get to roam free. Like, if y'all have never been to fucking Kansas, matter of fact, just drive alongside I-70. And you're going to see fucking land. And then you're going to be like, why the fuck does everybody live on top of each other when we got all this fucking space over here? Shit is nothing but land. I was like, look, you can move half of a population into the state of Kansas and everybody would still have like probably like 4 or 5 acres. No, 4 or 5 miles of fucking land. Easily. But it's just like you don't think about those things. It's the things that people like. Look, I used to think in conspiracy theories because the thing is sometimes when too many people start making sense, it starts getting questionable. Or when too many people try to deny something, it starts getting questionable. When too many people start associating it because they know it has too much information and everybody starts acting all funny and weird. Case in point, Epstein files. Same thing with Antarctica. Ain't nobody give a fuck about no penguins. Why the fuck? The only thing that the fucking whole world agreed to was, hey, nobody can go to Antarctica. Because we got to keep the penguins safe. You ain't give a fuck about no damn penguins. Never been about penguins. The other social media sites, I have it like right above my head right here. This is for my veteran stuff. Is the VetAware Project. I have all those. And then it'll switch over to just Cruz on. That's where I have my YouTube page and this. I'm going to basically have what I'm gonna end up doing is I have my veteran website, but that one is gonna be changed because the thing is I am probably gonna end up streaming off of my website directly and YouTube because TikTok I know is gonna have those terms of services and I know they're gonna probably change what I can. I'm not gonna be able to talk the shit I do now. I can assure you that. I know they're not gonna let me talk. I know that for a fact. They're not going to let me talk. So that's why I have I have the YouTube, which I'm actually streaming on live right now. Also, you can follow there. The link tree's up. I'll still have this account until they ban it, basically, because I'm still going to report for the shit. Yeah, I know, Mia, but that's the thing. It's just like here, I'm not going to be able to shit talk as much because the thing is when certain MAGA comes in and talks shit, I talk shit back. and I roast them. I got no problem with it. But some of them get too sensitive and then they want to mass report me and they'll say I'm like bullying or hate speech or misinformation or some bullshit. Then I get banned off of here and then I try to appeal it knowing it's bullshit. And then the YouTube is at Just Cruz on how it is right above my head. The same thing. You look at it like that or it's Cruz Talks. I just have it as Cruz Talks Podcast and I just have it that way. Yeah, I know less people will show up on YouTube, but the thing is on YouTube, I'm gonna be able to speak. And on my own website, I'm gonna be able to speak and I don't have no censorship because I own my website. So on my own website, I can post whatever I want, blog however I want, and go about it that way and not have to worry about it. Here, I try to talk about condemning pedophiles and my live won't get pushed out. I start talking shit about MAGA, my live doesn't get pushed out. I start trying to get liberals, progressives, independents, everybody outside of MAGA to have conversation and stuff like that. They don't push it out to them anymore. So it's just like, you know what? I'm gonna just do it on my own thing. I'm not gonna be making as much or anything basically because on my own website it's gonna just be on donations. But it's better than not being able to speak. It's better that people can't fucking reach me. And if they got something to talk about, I can just give them my full opinion on it where I don't have to hold myself back because it's just like, oh, we got to use TikTok words. Remember TikTok words. Nah, fuck all that shit. I was just like an adult fucking website, a fucking app that asks you if you are 18 and over, if you want to do a mature site. But we got to use TikTok words. Shut your bitch asses up, man. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. That's why I was just like, you gotta, if y'all doing the same thing, like, look, I'm probably gonna open up my Discord, but the thing is with Discord, I could do it there. But the thing is I don't want random people jumping in. Because the thing is I know there's gonna be trolls and I know there's gonna be MAGA to try to jump in. So I have to try to find a way to make it. Yeah, I shouldn't have to say school shooting as a school pew pew. And I'm saying it now without any fucking problem. Don't give a shit. Should be able to say that Stuart Adams saved his fucking 18-year-old nephew, which raped a 13-year-old. I shouldn't have to say graped. Well, we're trying to fucking minimize this shit. But the thing is that's what they want you to do. They want you to minimize those issues so that way it doesn't sound as bad. And that's what people don't fucking realize. That's why they don't want you saying the stuff because they don't want you to make it sound as bad. If you say pew pew, it doesn't sound that bad, does it? But if I say shooting, you'll be like, oh shit. We know what he's talking about. You see the difference? Trying to desensitize people from understanding that that's what's happening, but people don't understand that. The same thing is just like, please, I hope, look, there's one thing that they probably will kick me off for. So just watch on YouTube if anything. But if you've done that whole take a photo and see the sound that fucking TikTok picks for you, you got. They just wanted an updated picture of you. That's it. You don't think these people got this facial recognition and all this shit already gone? But most people didn't realize to think. They'd be like, you know what? Why the fuck all of a sudden is the fucking TikTok trend to fucking take a photo of myself? Sit there, take a photo of myself, let fucking TikTok analyze it, and then let them pick a song for me. Yeah. People don't realize it. You don't notice how that trend happens every now and then, that every now and then it's always a trend pushing to make sure everybody taking a picture of themselves, make sure they're showing themselves. But okay, this is what I look like now. Boom. Oh, let's say we'll pull the sound. Well, now I know what Cruz looks like because he just gave me an updated photo because his fucking bio don't have the same photo. Or even yet, all those people in the fucking that don't have a picture on their profile, all the main ones probably doing it. And it's just like, oh, that is you now. Okay, now we know this is a real person. That's it. You don't think these people purchased TikTok for no reason? It was just like, imagine saying you're going to federally ban an app and then you make an account for it. Is that people don't understand it, people don't pay attention to it. But the thing is that's the problem with society right now, that you have dumb MAGA that won't understand anything. Even if you tell them and explain how it's working, they still gonna think you lying. And then you have some people that don't even think about it. Because you got to think about this. How many times, let's go. How many times haven't they said that TikTok was going to be banned or they were going to get rid of it? How many times hasn't that happened already? Oh, just like, we're going to ban it. We're going to ban it unless somebody buys it. The whole time came, who bought it? You ain't even hear who bought it. But somehow it stayed active. Weird, huh? Weird. How fucking TikTok been going around and you still don't? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, Teal and the other one is crazy. What's up, King?
Yeah, what's going on, man? I see you on here doing work all the time. Keep on.
I'm
Keep
trying, man.
going.
I'm trying.
It must be hard.
Nah, it ain't too hard. It's just like all you got to listen is to some of these dumb people, and then it's just easy to make sense of it. So it's just like it's not that hard for most of us. It's not hard to understand what's going on in this country. It's just a hard part trying to explain it to people that don't understand common sense and don't want to learn anything that makes it hard. Because it's like I could talk to you, I could talk to other people, and people don't understand where I'm coming from. They don't think, oh, this dude is just talking nonsense. But if I were to sit in a Republican fucking place right now, I would be called blasphemy the whole fucking time for everything I've said. It's just like, but that's crazy. People don't understand these little things that happen. TikTok, this whole trend with the take the picture thing is so that TikTok can take an updated picture of you. You know why? Because they seen the backlash. And this is like I said, my mind thinks in like ways that most people don't. You notice how other social media apps and platforms are talking about we need you to upload an ID, right?
Yeah, I see that. Yep.
Well, you saw the backlash, right?
Because all these trolls don't want to get caught up.
But you notice how TikTok didn't say anything about that, right? But then all of a sudden the trend to take a photo just went hot and popping.
You know what? All these people are going to be so embarrassed when they voted MAGA in the future. Like, I didn't vote MAGA. I'm keeping them receipts.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to keep the receipts with all these people. Because the thing is these are the same people that are going to be like, oh, I was an independent.
I'm an independent, man. I really am. But I was forced to lean to the left, I feel like.
It's like, I understand when people saying this is just like, oh, we don't know this, we don't know. The thing is I think a lot of people had the problem that they didn't do enough research for the stuff. And that's what I think hurt us the most. Because the thing is too many people were paying attention to mainstream media and they weren't. Because people would be like, oh my God, the Democrats didn't do this, the Democrats didn't do that. I was just like, you forget that Elon Musk has his own platform. And he was using that platform, which so many Americans are on, to actually give biased information. What platform did Harris have?
None. And she only had a little bit of time to get a campaign together.
She only had 4 months to get a campaign together. She didn't have a social media website. She didn't have Twitter or X or whatever they want to call it, basically saying all the shit she was trying to do. And then she only barely lost. So that shows you how much brainwashing was done just by, because look, you look at Facebook. Facebook was doing the same thing. Facebook was making sure that fact checking shit, but it was only Democratic shit that was being fact checked.
Oh, we all know the game now.
Yeah,
you live in the information, man. You really gotta. I wouldn't be surprised if I got tricked on a couple things. I really am so leery about everything nowadays. That's the way you gotta be, though.
That's what it is. And people, they say she can't speak and lost the debate. Yeah, that's the thing. It was just like they came up with every single excuse, but the thing is none of it was viable. It was just like she's not qualified. She's one of the smartest women in the fucking world. How you not qualified and you got literally the best. What other resume? Who the fuck has a resume compared to her?
right?
What other woman in the United States has a comparable fucking resume? No matter, you can tell me anybody. What other woman can say, I was a fucking district attorney, I was a state attorney general, I was a fucking state senator, I was a fucking vice president? Like who the fuck else can say that? How many other men can even say that?
One of the most qualified people ever, honestly.
And what did they portray? They made it seem like, oh my gosh, she's so unqualified. Unqualified for what?
That's actually reasonable. Most of the people were saying how she's a slut and she slept her way to the top. I'm just like, y'all disgusting.
I was just like, so y'all telling me that she was sleeping with Biden because that's the only way she wants to sleep to the top, because that meant she would have slept with Biden. But all they had was a story about her sleeping with that dude. But then when Donald Trump has married how many times?
Exactly. It's like, now we got morals. Now we talk about morals. Is what they want to talk about.
That's why I just asked these questions. It's just like, it's funny that everything y'all use to judge somebody, when y'all get judged the same way, y'all awfully quiet. I was just like, most of these people didn't know about Donald Trump till 2016. And that's why I was just like, Mo, that's what pissed me off even more with MAGA and Republicans and whoever voted for him. Because it's just like, bro, this dude was 70 plus years old. It's not like y'all found a fucking guy that was like early 30s and you never knew his history or didn't have any history. This dude was 70 already. This dude already had a whole fucking lifetime before he ran for president. And nobody looked into everything he did before that. But then everybody looked into what Harris did. But the problem was her background. Because remember, what she say? Oh, she's like, oh, now they was like, I thought she was Indian or she was black. I was just like, does it matter? The people of color didn't care what she was as long as she represented them. I was just like,
that was silly. When they're like, she's not even black. They were just grasping at straws trying to find anything they can because she's so overqualified.
It's the same thing that they did with Obama. Remember Obama? Obama was from Kenya, remember?
Oh, yeah.
It was like an educated, well-speaking black man. It was just like, this is a threat. And that's why I tell people, it's just like, I do blame the Democratic Party for being in this position that we are. Because the thing is, the Democratic Party gave you and showed you that being either a white or a black woman, you can be successful and become vice president or run for president, or being an African American, Barack Obama, you can become president of the world. And white supremacists, that shit had them rolling. That shit had them crazy. It was like, damn, these people, even though we can't stand them, inspired a whole nother fucking generation of people that now see their value. Because now you see the value, women see their value. It's just like, hey, if women can lead other countries and be prime ministers or presidents in other countries, case in point, Mexico, that means they could do it in the States.
Oh, we're long overdue, man. We're probably behind the game now because we're not really getting the best candidate up there. We're not looking at everybody.
I was just like, it's just that's the thing, and that's why I say with this upcoming election, that's the thing that people need to pay attention to. To move forward, we got to pay attention to the people that are actually going to do shit for us. We actually got to do the research to see what they did, not just go off of what the media, because according to the media, Harris was unqualified. But if you did your research and actually looked at it, it's like, damn, she graduated from this school. Damn, she served as attorney general. Damn, she was a senator too. I was like, damn, this lady done worked her way the whole way up. And then the first thing they want to accuse a woman when she's successful is that she slept her way up.
And now we're talking about people sleeping with people. It's like, you don't want to go down that road. They don't want to go down that road because you got too many skeletons out there.
Oh, just like this dude has settlements that they have seen of him paying escorts and porn stars. It's just like, yeah, he's still on the list. It's not that he was. He's still on there. Vance said as soon as he takes president, the first EO expands marriages between men and couches. Fucking
hide your couches.
It was just like that's the crazy thing about it. It's just like you have this stuff and they just come up with the craziness, and I'm just like, I think about it. I'm just like, bro, this can't be real. That these people actually believe that this is gonna fucking happen. I was just like, y'all really thought that this was a better way of having a con man that's known as a con man, has conned people his whole fucking life. Now all of a sudden he's gonna help you. I've never seen a con man change at 70. Matter of fact, he was still conning people at 70. And y'all just thought he was gonna
be the greatest con man we've ever seen, honestly.
Yeah. I can't even fight you on that one. I can't.
That's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing, but I can't even argue that. Because you're right. This man conned half a fucking 77 million people in this country. I'm not gonna say half the country, because half the country would mean over 150 million plus. They didn't have that. They only had 77 million. So he literally was able to con 77 million. And out of those 77 million, I bet you there's probably like 20 million that don't want to vote for him anymore.
Something like this was an inevitable, if you ask me, man. Now we know we got a chink in the armor, and now we know we really got to vet these people and do the research to see who we're voting for.
But
I gotta ask this one thing.
Go ahead.
My bad. Are we sure that he was just that great of a con man, or they were just that stupid?
It's a mixture of both. Honestly.
It's a mixture. But the thing is you can't take it away from him, because the thing is like, the reason I gotta say that he is one of the best con men is because he even told them he liked the poorly educated, and they clapped.
Yeah, he did. Jerry face.
You know what though? They all those people that look stupid, that looks bad on us though, because when we go over country to another country, they're gonna be looking at you and they'll be like, "You're from America." They're gonna think you're automatically one of those cats. Maybe depending on where you're going to, but it makes us look bad.
The thing is that they're not gonna look at it. The thing is the people of color, they're not gonna look at that way.
Yeah.
The thing is it's gonna
part, we have the sense.
It's gonna be, unfortunately, it's gonna be white people, and there's gonna be white people that were Democratic, and there's white people that actually support the cause of fighting this dumbass. But the thing is they're gonna go out into the world, and people are gonna treat them, and then they're gonna see how us people of color get treated in our own country.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing that why MAGA doesn't understand, because MAGA doesn't travel outside of the country to see how other countries operate. So then when they see that they get the same fucking energy that they give to us in our own country, it makes them probably think twice about, damn, maybe I shouldn't be such a fucking asshole.
See, in my crush, he actually went out the country a couple of times earlier this year, and he can corroborate exactly what you just said. Like, there's been a few people that actually came up to him and were like, "What the hell did you people do? Why did y'all do this?" Mind you, yeah, he's white.
And that's how it's gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
That's unfortunately that's how it's gonna be. It's gonna be that you're gonna have people that were actually trying to fight this cause are gonna get the blame for it. And it sucks to see. I was just like, it's crazy. The thing is just like, this is what people don't understand. The whole Germany thing is just like, this is what they're trying to do, because people will be like, oh, they're trying the German playbook and stuff like that. The thing is this is what I said. I said this in, I think it was the last live or 2 lives ago. It was just like, most people don't know the history of Germany and the whole Jewish persecution thing. Most people don't understand that the rest of Europe rounded up its Jewish population and sent them to Germany. That's the part they don't tell you. That's the part that nobody gets taught in the history books. Every single European country basically rounded up their Jewish population and sent them to Germany. Most people don't know that. You would have to go to Auschwitz in Poland to actually witness that and see that. If you've never been, you would never see it. But they have basically, those barracks are just built differently. They're all the barracks because everybody knows what Auschwitz looks like. But the thing is people have never been inside those buildings. Those buildings are basically now memorials and fucking memories of the people that were basically put down or in chambers or whatever. You can actually walk through one of the chambers, and that is one of the quietest places I think I've ever fucking walked through, because you could just feel the fucking energy in there. And then, like I said, the fucking Polish one, it was literally every single Polish person that went through that camp, they had every single one of their pictures. They had one location had nothing but all of their shoes. There was stuff that it was just like bags, pottery, like the stuff that they traveled with from those things. Because remember, they don't talk about the fact that Europe loaded these people into trains and trained them to Auschwitz. Because people don't realize Auschwitz at the entrance was a railway. They covered that and got rid of that, but there was a railway that led there, and that's how people got processed through. And that's the stuff. The difference between here and Germany is that those people weren't armed. Also, in Europe, to travel from one location in Europe to another location across Europe is not that long. It's not like how it is in the United States. Like if you go on from one, like Texas alone, across, I believe, from like one edge to the other edge is 12 hours. In 12 hours of Europe, you can literally go from one side of Europe, hit the end, and start doubling back in 12 hours. Like Europe is not that big at all, and people don't understand that. So yeah, look, 18 hours to go across Texas? Shit.
Because if I recall correctly, someone put like a map of Texas and played it right over top of the map of Europe, and it shows you exactly how many countries were
Fit
small
inside.
enough that they could actually fit. Yeah.
And then people don't understand that, and they don't see that. So it's just like the sheer size of the United States won't allow it. Also, you got to remember our military. If they're gonna use the National Guard or military, there's 1 million service members right now across all the. There's 330 million of us. In Germany, the numbers were not that big. In Germany, we didn't have concentration of cities that were just massively populated. In Germany, they didn't have at that time a city like New York City that had 9 million plus people. And that's just the city. The state itself has like what? Appreciate you, King. The state alone has like what? 30, like almost, I think it's like 18, 19 million, almost 20 million, and 9 million of them live in a concentrated area. I was just like, that's the difference. And the thing is like, the other thing with Germany is like, they're trying to use the playbook, but they're starting to realize that they can't get away with the same shit. They're trying to use the same process, but you have technology now. There's TikTok. There was no TikTok back in those German days. There was no video. It was just like, yo, you know how people were just like making like videos of like when ICE is around and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have that back then. There was no warning system like, yo, if you live in this state, it might be snowing or some shit, because that's what they were saying. I don't know why I just not say, yo, ICE is there. I don't know what the fuck you hiding it for. They already know they're there. Just might as well tell them they're there. You know, people are gonna like
crazy. It was crazy when they were going live. I don't even know what happened. I guess they cut that shit down because I don't ever see that shit no more.
Yeah, it gets like they try to minimize whatever they can to make sure people don't like. It's just like the amount of size, the amount of people, the amount of weapons in the state is just like that's why it's trying to control these democratic cities, because of the fact that he knows those are the ones that are going to be the problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's not because, they got crime. No, it's because these are the ones that have people or they're sanctuary cities, and they know they're going to have the biggest fight trying to control them. That's why he tried to go into LA, but LA is still protesting. That's why you don't hear about LA, and you don't hear about LA still doing all these festivals. Why? Because the thing is they don't want people to, they don't want the country to see that Californians are standing together against this stupidity.
There's so many people in California.
LA alone is huge as fuck.
The thing is that people don't understand that Project Esther, all that shit, Project 2025 and whatever, it's not for Donald Trump. Everybody thinks that all this shit is happening because of Donald Trump. This is for J.D. Vance. I'm more concerned with J.D. Vance than I am with Donald Trump.
Really?
Oh,
The
I
whole
know it's
time,
for
Trump was
Vance.
just a vehicle.
This was the whole thing. Is because the thing is they knew what probably happened was that this dude is probably on his way out, and they knew that the same way fucking Joe Biden after the second year probably got told that he had cancer and then he started disappearing more often. It's the same way this
Hmm.
dude is gonna start doing for the next 4 years. I don't see him making it to the 4 years. I'll give him maybe like another year and a half, and then
That's
they're
being
gonna try to
generous.
do that, and that's well, I'm hoping I'm not generous enough. But it's bad to say that. But at the same time, it's just like when you look at it, then it's gonna get to the point where it's just like, yo, Donald Trump did all of this shit. You're not gonna blame Vance. They're trying to get as much shit through the thing. You too, Merk. Appreciate you. Yeah, but you trying to get all that through. You trying to get all this through so that way when this dude passes, you could just be like, yo, that was all Donald Trump shit. I'm just enforcing it.
Mhm.
That's all it is. Because you got to remember who got JD Vance into the fucking office.
Ew.
Trump did. Nobody
Exactly.
liked that guy.
Peter Thiel, the guy that wants to set up AI infrastructure, the guy that's all for facial recognition, like I was talking about. Hey, take a picture, see what the sound does. You don't think AI already knows how to do that shit? I was just like, you can use Chat GPT and give it a picture and it'll tell you what the fuck you just took a picture of. And you think it's not going to be able to do facial recognition now to find out where else they've seen your face at?
That's Bowman's real spouse. That's the truth right there.
The thing is what the problem is that these people were so adamant about trying to get these cuts and all this stuff done that the thing is they've alienated most of the people that would vote for them.
Mhm.
Like in the case, and that's yo, let me know, Merk.
I don't think Vance got the charisma. People don't really like that guy.
But that's
He's
the
a-
thing. He don't need charisma. You can tell this dude is a tool. This dude is just gonna be the puppet that they put in place to basically, like I said, because we already know it's Stephen Miller pushing a lot of this shit. You can hear it by how this man speaks in hatred. Like it seems like that's his language, hatred. He just speaks hate about anything or whatever that isn't like him. Fucking
Mhm.
white, bald, and ugly.
He's practically been that way for years, for decades, even since like his middle school and high school years. Even his own family's like, what the fuck?
That's exactly Southwest. You hit it right on the head. Vance is the perfect yes man.
Hmm.
And the thing is you got put into the Senate by the same guy, and then you got put in as vice president by the same guy. So literally, when this guy is telling you anything that needs to happen, you're gonna do it and say yes. Why? Because he was the one that funded you to get there. Oh no, bro. The thing is that people don't think like. The thing is that this next year is going to be a very, very interesting year. This is a year where a lot of people need to pay attention to what they're doing, who they're talking to, what they're talking about, paying attention
Uh-huh.
what they're doing. This next year is going to be very important for the growth of this country, if there's going to be any growth at all. After this situation, that's what it's gonna be. Because the thing is Donald Trump, you could already tell, his health is not good. He doesn't have good health.
Hmm.
He doesn't have good health. There's no denying that. There's no denying that. Now it's just
Joe
figuring
Biden
out
right now.
shit. Joe Biden probably. I don't think the MAGA they won't follow Vance. But the thing is, that's what I'm saying. Vance isn't there. Vance is there to lose this next election. Vance is not going to win the next election. Vance is going to take over for Trump and finish whatever they can, whatever destruction they can to try to destroy the fucking Constitution or try to make it that they can do whatever they want, that's what they're gonna try to do. I was like, they're gonna try to make it because the thing is like, yeah, like Emma just said, like that. It's that politician in Iowa that won a district that was Trump the whole way. It was her as a Democrat running against 6 different Republicans that were trying to get that seat, which was stupid because then they were going to split votes within themselves, which I don't know. Sounds like a dumb red thing to do. But at the same time, it's just like, okay, she won. And how many Republicans haven't you heard they're not going to run for re-election? How many Republicans right now are not even showing up to the town hall meetings? How many Republicans right now are running from their town hall meetings? How many are being chased out of their town hall meetings? Because Republicans in those states are like, bro, this is not working. I was just like, the thing is that people get tired of it because the thing is like, that's what it comes to when it comes to this society is just like people literally have to fuck around and find out in the society. That's the only way this society fucking makes any changes or figures shit out. They have to go through the suck to then realize it's like, you know what, maybe we should have done differently. And then they forget about how they fucking got into the same place and then they vote for it again. That's the Republican way.
You know, I kind of got a conspiracy theorist question real fast.
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
So, with everything related to Project 2025, especially how they're trying to basically reenact the Fourth Reich or whatever the hell, anyone ever thought about the fact that this could possibly tie back into Operation Paperclip?
What's I don't know what that one is. What's that?
So, I don't know how I got reminded about this one, but I went looking into it, and apparently, like shortly after the end of World War II, the US wanted to kind of beat out Russia in terms of like development, like, for being the first country in space or whatever.
Mhm.
And they kind of helped out a few German scientists and got them new names, new identities, pretty much was like, We're just going to cover up all those Nazi ties."
Epstein list mean anything to
And
you?
yeah,
Because the thing is people like that's the thing about history that most people don't know. Most people don't look at the in-depth information that comes from it, and that's I think one of the biggest issues. Hold on, my camera's like freezing. There you go. I was just like, but that's the one thing that people don't realize is just like all that history is there of stuff happening, but that doesn't get taught. The same way people didn't get taught that all of Europe was sending its Jewish population into concentration camps is the same way that people didn't
hmm
realize that the way we made the nuclear bomb or the atomic bomb, the shit that we dropped on fucking Japan twice, that was also assisted by German fucking scientists because they were trying to develop that through Germany. And then we snatched them up and brought them over here to finish it. I was like, stuff like that has happened, but people don't pay attention to it, and that's what people need to realize that a lot of the fucking stuff that happens is just in those manners that there's a lot of knowledge that people just don't realize. It's just simple knowledge that happened, but people don't attribute it to anything because people don't get taught that stuff. I was just like, they've been doing that. So
I'm
when it
not
comes,
surprised by anything anymore.
yeah, and that's the thing. Most of the time, in stories, is just like before it. It's crazy because the thing is, being a conspiracy theorist now isn't even that far fetched. Because most of the shit that people are just like, "Yo, this is happening. This is a conspiracy." Everybody's like, "Nah, bro, you crazy. You gonna get locked up. This dude need a lobotomy or some shit." I was just like, look at everybody that said there was aliens back in the day. What happened to them?
right.
Now, come to find out, we've had them here for this whole time. So you mean to tell me all those people that got lobotomized, all those people that ended up in the insane asylum, actually saw some shit, but y'all wanted to hide the secret so bad that y'all made them look like they were crazy, and anybody that mentioned the sort was crazy with them.
hmm
The same thing now is just like the same thing with talking about Israel. I ain't got no problem fucking talking about it. It's just like, yo, that's genocide happening over there. I was just like, yeah, I know MAGA's not gonna say anything. I know TikTok will probably ban me. Like I said, follow me on YouTube, but it's the same thing. Shit is happening and nobody's fucking saying anything about it because they don't want people to remember that part. They just want you to remember the part that they want you to remember so that you can feel sorry for them. Because there's no way you telling me that you went through this persecution and figured, you know what, we gonna do it right back. That should make no sense to me. You're not going to tell me that you were persecuted and all this. You've been persecuted since the days of Jesus and shit. And then all of a sudden, you're going to go and persecute people and go against everything that your religion is supposed to stand for and fought for.
Right. They make that make sense.
Shit ain't getting no better either.
You see what I'm saying? Oh, just like that's the thing. They try to like look at the way they're trying to rewrite history now with this whole PragerU bullshit, or the fact that they don't want to do critical race theory. I was just like, why wouldn't you want to teach people critical race theory? Oh, because you don't want to teach them about the massacres and the fucking flooding of villages and communities to make them lakes. You don't want that to be taught. You don't want the people to learn about Black Wall Street. You don't want people to get taught that. You don't want people
come out anyway.
Yeah, it's gonna come out. But the thing is that they trying to minimize it and not teach it so people don't know about it. Cause it's always been interesting to me, because that's when I knew the fucking education system was always finicky to me. And my fucking history professor told me, and he fucked up. Yeah, that's what he said. It was just like, with that statement, he was just like, the victors write the books.
That is true.
And ever since then, I questioned everything. That dude fucked up my life. That dude fucked up my life. After he told me that, the victors always write the books. No matter where you at, the victors write the books. How come with slavery, you never heard of the slavery side of it? You only heard the slave masters side of it. The ones that wrote the books were the ones that were doing the persecution, doing the slavery. You never heard of Africans coming from Africa writing the books. Oh, that's right. They couldn't touch books. They couldn't read. They weren't supposed to learn how to read. They weren't supposed to learn how to write. But then what? Oh, yeah. They willingly got on a boat to be slaves. And you expect me to believe that bullshit? Now, it's just they keep on trying to change it so that way it doesn't seem like they doing any bad. So when it happens again, you don't talk about it. Because when's the last time, if it's not for a Jewish person saying anything, when else do you hear about the Holocaust? That shit don't even get taught in school anymore like that. People make it seem like it's fucking ancient history. That shit was just in the 40s. You still got people that are alive around that are still alive during that time period. And they just keep on changing the narrative, changing the story. Because then the thing is if you never heard of it, you never thought of it, you wouldn't know. How many of MAGA actually knows what fucking happened in the 1930s in fucking Germany?
They really don't.
I was like, these people don't even know what their fucking last president did. And you're going to tell me that they know German history? Most of these people don't even got fucking GEDs, can barely fucking read, and you're gonna tell me that they know world history? No. I was just like, it's always some dumbfounded comment that comes in. It's just like, oh, this happened here, this happened there. I was just like, yeah, but remember the Russians did this, the Russians did that. Remember, the Russians were fighting Afghanistan, and we fielded the weapons and the stuff to Afghanistan for then Afghanistan to fucking turn on us. Ain't that wild? But nobody talks about that part, right? Nobody talks about the part that we funded them so that they wouldn't be owned by Russia, but then they ended up turning on us because we didn't want to help them any further. Yeah. It was just like all that stuff is there. I was just like, it's
All
crazy.
right, I gotta come out off for lunch, so if they think I might be muted the whole time.
All right, my man. And they have the nut to tell us to get over. Yeah, and that's the thing. I was just like, the thing is to me, I was just like, look, what happened in Germany was fucking. It's unheard of as and inhumane. But at the same time, you mean to tell me that you have some people that survived that, lived through that, and you're gonna do that to another group of people? Because it's supposedly your land, even though these people willingly brought you into that land. Like, it's just like it's the history. Like most of the time, people think it's like, oh my god, it's a conspiracy theory. You're thinking this. It's just like no. Some of this just you can just read CIA redacted files. Just look up like old CIA files and see what they fucking keep releasing. They keep on releasing all these fucking things that they did. It's just like, oh, we did this. Oh, we were part in this. And I was just like, and then, but they redact half of the shit they did. But then most of the shit that you can read still says, oh yeah, we did that. We funded these people. We gave these people this money.
Many people, it's not even funny.
Yeah, it was just like all these. You think that all these war torn countries are war torn because they're just war torn? All these countries got resources. Why you think all these countries in Africa are always in something? The ones with the most resources are the poorest ones that are in Africa. Then the ones that already built up society and all that stuff, they don't have as much resources, but they have the fucking places. But those places that don't have the resources, those are the ones that you see happen to have a dictator still in place, or they're war torn, or whatever the case may be. And all of a sudden, some military group just happens to get enough forces to take over and cause a coup. I was like, damn, they were broke before, and all of a sudden they just came up with guns and weapons and all this shit and took over? That's crazy. They must have been American, huh? Just go and buy a gun and just show up anywhere, I guess. I don't know. In Africa, I guess Africa has lesser gun laws than we do. Bro, we're not invading Venezuela. We are not invading Venezuela. We are not invading Venezuela. Let's stop that. We are not invading Venezuela. They want oil, but we're not invading Venezuela. You notice? Look, this is what I'm gonna tell you. Iraq, weapons of mass destruction. Libya, he was a dictator. What other places that there was a dictator and just happened to be taken out? I was just like Libya, take out the president because he gave everybody their own food, had their own health care, had their own education. If you wanted to be a farmer, he purchased the fucking land for you to be a farmer and gave you the land. If you wanted to go study abroad, he basically paid for you to go study abroad. And I was like, damn, that's a terrible fucking dictator that seems to be taking care of me better than the fucking US does. I'm just saying. Imagine me being able to say, hey, I'm going to fucking Switzerland to study because the United States is paying me to go study over there. Not never. When the fuck you hear that in the US? Never. I was just like, Venezuela is just like, what's gonna happen in Venezuela is there's gonna be a military coup, like there always fucking is. Because the thing is, well, at this point, also, I don't even know. Maybe we do invade Venezuela. Maybe we do. I don't even know. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised either. Because the thing is we just start shit with no reason. Like, look at what happened with Israel right now with the prime minister of Yemen. These people literally just took out a political figure.
Anything is possible.
It was just like yeah. It was just
that's like, what it's been like the whole time, I guess. We're just waking up though.
I was like, people are waking up, but it's slow because the thing is look, what's been happening in Gaza has been happening for months. And it's just like we got blocked out of it. Nothing's happening, nothing's changing. I was like, there's no excuses for it. It was just like the thing is to invade Venezuela. It's just like what people don't even realize is just like invading countries isn't fucking easy. We have the military and shit like that, but at the same time, for what? Because the thing is you really think that the rest of South America is just gonna be okay with you coming in and destroying people? That's just gonna raise tensions around the fucking world. Because the thing is what you're gonna try to do. You're gonna try to take the oil from Venezuela. But now Venezuela, the reason is Venezuela's doing deals with other countries. Why? Because the US wants to do these dumbass tariffs. We ain't have no issue till these fucking tariffs happen. Now every country, they just want to fucking strong arm them to be like, hey man, you're gonna pay this tariff or you're gonna give us something. And some of these countries are just like, yo, the US, you broke. You owe 30 something trillion dollars to who knows who. But I can go and deal with the rest of the country. The US is one country and there's over 180 other countries. There's trade to be done elsewhere. The thing is that Donald Trump thinks that this is like real estate where he could just strong arm somebody and like make them buy the property or make them sell the property. This doesn't happen with countries. Other countries talk to other countries. Why you think China and fucking Russia are growing with fucking people wanting to talk to them? It's because this dumbass is alienating the people that used to talk to us. The people that used to trade with us and have no issues are now being just like, oh, we'll deal with China. Shit. China got with Mexico to start building, I think, their car shit. Their the BYD company, I think, started a factory or is making a factory in Mexico. So that way their vehicles won't get the tariff because it's gonna be between Mexico and the United States and not the United States and China. And most people don't know that either. There's a lot of shit that people are doing that people don't pay attention to, but talking to y'all, it's easier because y'all will understand, but MAGA don't put anything like this there. Yeah, Mexico's making their own line of electric vehicles, but it's also in conjunction with China. That's the part that they don't tell you. They tell you that Mexico is building it, but they don't tell you the fact that China's helping them build it. Because the US wants to be a dumbass and wants to put tariffs and all that stuff. So instead of helping your fucking next door neighbor, you want to go and say, nah, you're going to pay more for this shit. That's like, it's dumb moves. All this dude is trying to do is like, bro, when this dude started, you know, when I started realizing that this dude knew he was dying? When he was like, I want to make it to heaven. Y'all heard when he said that at the press conference?
You think he's still here?
Yeah, he's still here. He's still here. He ain't dead yet. He ain't dead. He ain't dead. The thing is the picture that they showed, that looks like a person that's either recovering from fucking some kind of fucking like chemotherapy or some shit. That's what he looked like in that picture that they showed, that the dude just looks like he's fucking drained. It looks like he went, nah, that wasn't a body double. That was him. That's just him because he probably been taking some sort of medication or some shit. Or some shit just fucking like drained his whole fucking body from whatever it was that he happened, whether it was a stroke or whatever the case may be. Something happened to this dude that he had to go through that process. You don't have that spot on your hand and you perfectly fine. But at the same time, MAGA's not going to ask those questions. You notice how MAGA hasn't said anything about this man's health. When these people lost their minds when fucking Joe Biden was missing for like a couple of days. It was like, oh my God, Joe Biden must be dead. They're hiding it from him. They're hiding it from the United States that Joe Biden is dead. And I was just like, yeah, I do realize that if Biden died, it would have just been Harris taking over. Just like, I don't think they realized that stupidity that they were hoping for. But it said it James Wood in a Trump costume. Nah, that's him, man. That's definitely him. It was just like, have y'all, you know when y'all gone out to party or some shit and you wake up with the craziest fucking hangover, how you look just like drained? He didn't have a hangover. He probably had a stroke or he had some sort of medication he's taking probably to help out with that hand issue he got. And that shit probably just fucking knocked his ass out more than they thought it would. So then they would just quiet about him. That's it. It was like The Simpsons hasn't been wrong. I'm just saying. It's not time yet. It's not time yet. I think what's going to happen is going to be, Because you notice that the Simpsons ended up putting Lisa Simpson as president, right? So they put a female in there. You never see anything advance or anything. So I think that's what might happen. I think is what's gonna happen is that this dude is something's gonna happen to him. They're gonna put Vance in there. Then the Epstein files will come out. Then the fact that the election was rigged comes out. I think it's gonna come out in that fucking process. That's what I think is gonna happen. Oh, what's up, bro? Say hi to
What's
the
up,
people.
Trey?
Say hi to the people. You gonna talk to him? I don't know if y'all can hear him purring. Say hi to the people. What you want, bro? You look tired, bro. You got tired of bothering your brother? That's what it was? Got it.
You feeling Gavin Newsom?
Hell yeah. That's the person we need to publicize. We need to publicize him, Jasmine Crockett, anybody that talks shit to this man out in the open. That's what we gotta push. Because that's what I was saying. It was like Gavin Newsom don't got enough followers, and neither does Jasmine Crockett.
Right now.
He should. The thing is like, I don't even want him to be president. I just want him to keep the energy. He could stay governor of California for all I care. I just want him to keep that fucking energy. Just keep that same energy the whole time and keep pissing these people off. Because the thing is we need more Democrats to do that. You got too many Democrats, and that's what I said. That's who the people we need to vote out. If they in the House of Reps, they up for vote. If you notice that they quiet as fuck right now, we already know who you got to vote out.
Fight fire with fire. They want to talk shit. Talk that shit, Gavin.
Yeah.
He took his style and ran with it. He might be even better than him.
Yeah, he is better than him at the fucking thing. His fucking social media team right now is going to be hired for anybody right now. Those people are going to make money after this no matter what. Because if you managing this man's fucking Twitter feed right now with all the shit he be posting, bro, you on some next level shit the way they've been trolling Trump. But we need more people to do that. No, I did not hear what the governor of Arizona did for the Native community. So Newsom he can't run for governor. That's why he wants to go for president. That's fine. The thing is just like, he needs that energy, but at the same time, I need him to, like, he is stepping up against this dude. And the thing is we just need more Democratic governors to do the same. If Donald Trump is threatening to send people into your state, he can't do that. You can't send in a National Guard of one state into another. You just can't. You have to have consent from the other state to send that person in. You can't just send the National Guard in. And most people don't understand that. That's why MAGA right now is like all crazy. It was just like DC. The only reason he could do that for DC is because of the fact that he is a district. He's in charge of the district. That's it. There's nothing else to it. He's not in charge of other states. The National Guard is in charge by the governor of the state that it's coming from. But you cannot send another National Guard one state into another state. He's taking red states and sending them to DC when DC doesn't have any crime, but he's not sending that same National Guard to red states that have crime also. But it's because the thing is there's more resistance in those Democratic states. And that's the thing. There's more resistance. There's more, because the thing is these Republican states, you got to remember, most of these are filled with Trump supporters. There's going to be people that aren't Trump supporters, but most of them are Trump supporters. So they're going to support that as best they can. The thing is blue states, that's not going to happen. Look at how California's been doing. Look at Oregon, how they've been doing. They've been protesting and they continue to protest, but it's not getting the limelight. It's going to continue to be that way the rest of the way. They just want something to get crazy so that they could be like, oh my God, we have to send in the National Guard. But then even a judge said it was unconstitutional for the National Guard to be deployed in LA and the Marines also. It was unconstitutional. Why? Because there was nothing that showed that the police department of LA was not able to handle that situation. So literally you deployed National Guard for a situation where the police was able to take care of it. So basically you went over your powers to try to do that, and you deployed the National Guard within their state, but even the National Guard and the governor, which is Gavin Newsom, basically is like, hey, you can't do that. DC is just gonna be a different town for the next couple of years. That's what they're trying to clean it out and make it look like it's the cleanest place ever. I'm also starting to think that they're starting to do this and trying to do this because of the Olympics. They're trying to clean up the United States so that when people come to the United States, they think it's the best place in the world, even though nobody wants to come fucking travel here anymore. So Arizona natives can go see their medicine men of their tribes, and it will be covered by AZ Medicare. Nice. That's the thing, Southwest. That's a ploy. That's a gimmick. That's all a fucking gimmick. That's a gimmick. And this is why I tell you that's a gimmick. So the governor of Arizona has said that they can go to their medical doctors and get stuff and get covered by Medicare. Funny, they're going to cut Medicare.
Yo, I got to take off, man. I appreciate you.
I
letting me up
appreciate you,
here.
my man.
You out here rocking all the time, bro. I'll catch up with you.
Appreciate you, man. Have a good one, man.
Peace.
Later. That, and it's just like that's what people don't realize. Like I said, my mind thinks in fucking, I think in different fucking ways. But that's the thing. I was just like, it's better. But the thing is it's just a ploy, because that's the thing is you know what happens? Now you don't have the fucking Native Americans in fucking Arizona trying to change their vote. I was like, oh my God, they're doing something for us. They're gonna allow us to claim Medicare. But then in a year after this happens, there won't be any Medicare. So literally, you're just going to try to get us to vote for you in these midterm elections to make it seem like you're actually doing something for us, when in actuality, you're not. It's just a ploy. The same way people were so excited about Doge and their $5,000 checks. Seeing how well those went? They just disappeared. No, I understand that, so, but the thing is it's not going to be covered, because you got to remember, then it's still going to go through insurance. It's just like, it took this long. Imagine that's the thing, Southwest. It took this long for you to try to do all this shit. I was like, why didn't you do it before Trump? Because with that, if that governor, that person was in place before Trump, that means you could have done this beforehand. But now all of a sudden that y'all see that y'all hurting, y'all got to try to appeal to your constituents like, yo, we giving you this. We giving you that. We signing this bill that's bringing back jobs. But most of the corporations in our state are going to lay people off, but we're bringing back jobs. I was just like 5,000 people are going to lose their job, but we bringing back 500. So, you know, we're winning. So that's the point. People need to realize that those Native Americans are not being taken care of. They just basically giving them a gimme, like, oh yeah, here's this. That's the same way. It's like, remember when they gave them blankets with smallpox? Same thing. Same fucking thing. It's not any different. Now all of a sudden we're gonna start giving you our medication. Mind you, the FDA ain't even trying to cover all the medication. The CDC ain't trying to cover all the shit that they're supposed to, because they lost funding and then they don't want them to do the job as well. And you mean to tell me I'm going to feel safer going to your doctor now when y'all listening to a dude that don't believe in medicine? Wild. I was just like, y'all need to pay attention to all the shit going on. All this shit ties into it. It was just like, yeah, sweet. Remember, I do remember that. Trump also promised in vitro fertilization would be covered by Medicare and insurance companies. Gone.
Oh yeah, there was a news report about that earlier where a girl who got laid off, that was her reason why she voted for him, only to find out no, that wasn't happening, and she got laid off too. Government worker.
With your dumb ass.
Hmm.
That's what I just want to say. But that's the thing. Look, I'm sorry, I'm not. If a man talks to me like this and he can't even talk with a fucking regular voice and this is how he talks all the time, you're not gonna tell me about fucking health.
Right.
I'm sorry. We just not going to. We is not gonna fall for that one. Like my man, you were so healthy that you couldn't even talk. Okay, nah, bro, we not
All
doing
them
that
years
today.
of heroin
He said I
and
sound
meth
better than
and
him.
other stuff.
He said I sound better than him. Just like
I mean, it's true.
it's just like it's, but that's how crazy it is, and that's how terrible it is. It's just like, bro, you trying to listen to a dude that barely can talk right and wants to talk about a health guru. Talk about he
Hmm.
sees all these kids wondering and having all these problems. Then why the fuck did it take you so long to fucking try to get clean food? Why is it that when people try to make
Hmm.
clean food for fucking initiatives or clean food initiatives for kids, Republicans always turn it down? But somehow you got the magic fucking plan? The dude that never fucking did anything doctoral at all has the fucking plan. So I'm supposed to listen to a person that has studied nothing. That's what I was going with, Southwest. The only thing is I don't have the fucking hole here in the little fucking and then so I could talk like this because I'm a smoker. And we're just like, don't be like me. I used to smoke like 18 packets a fucking day, and now I can barely fucking talk. Y'all remember that shit?
Yeah.
Y'all
Hmm.
remember those fucking commercials? And everybody's like, yeah, I'm not smoking. You saw those commercials and you were like, you know what? This ain't for me. I'm gonna
Right.
stop this shit. I'm just like anybody saw that because it was always some like it was always a person like in a damn wheelchair, and then they were just like talking, and then they always spun them around so that you can see the hole in their chest, and I'm gonna talk like I was like,
Hmm.
damn, bro. I was just like, this what this was just like
It's
cigarettes
a
does this
it's a
like
great
not for
way to
me,
scare
bro.
you.
I was like, that shit worked.
Hmm.
That shit worked. That's when I think that's when they realized it was like, you know what, we got the power to fucking influence people through TV. That's what I think
Yep.
happened. They realized that shit. It was like, damn, we actually hurt ourselves with all these fucking commercials. All these commercials fucking with this, talking like this, talking like I'm RFK bullshit. It was just like, bro, he said he looks like a human cigarette. But that's the thing. It was just like people went through that and they didn't fucking realize that shit. It was just like, bro, this dude doesn't even fucking sound right. And you're gonna pay attention to him for healthcare? You mean to tell me he's not gonna listen to the CDC, where these are scientists that have spent their whole fucking lives doing this? You gonna be mad at Dr. Fauci because of the fact that he actually was a fucking virologist, a man that actually studied these things, but y'all didn't want to
Mad
listen.
because he actually went against Trump.
And
That's
because
what
he
it
won
was.
against, yeah, he went against Trump, but then had nothing to say when all those people passed away because of fucking COVID-19 and him telling y'all to fucking put on masks. But then it was
Hmm.
still his fault because y'all didn't want to listen. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
I was like, and that's the thing. They don't. That those are simple things. It's just like, bro, the same way it was just like you want to listen to the fucking Department of Education from somebody that was fucking part of the World Wrestling Federation.
Right.
Kind of questionable. Had nothing to do with any kind of educational background. And it was just like, oh, or the you know who the National Tree Service director is? A man that lobbies cutting down the trees. Can't make this shit up. And it was just like people were just like, oh, why don't we have trees? Oh, because we thought we needed them. We don't even buy shit from here. So it's just like we import all the lumber. That's why we have to charge Canada. But the thing is Canada got all these fucking trees because they actually keep their forests and they maintain them. Unlike here, it was just like, what forest do you know of? What's a major forest
that
somebody can
didn't have
name?
to be protected from the
No,
US.
not even that it have to be protected. Just can you name one?
Like,
Tell me what the fucking forest is in the United States. There's one rainforest. I was told that was in Puerto Rico, and they're trying to build over that. So it was just like we are literally being ran by the extension of Fox News. That's what we're being ran by, because everybody in this administration has some way or tie to Fox News. That's what we're living right now. We are living in a live action fucking soap opera, and everybody's a fucking extra. That's what we in right now, because everybody that works in this administration has a tie to Fox News somehow. Somehow, some way, they were a Fox News analyst, they were a Fox News correspondent, they worked in a certain Fox News here, or they worked in a certain thing. Fox News everything. It was just like you got people that knew how to be in front of the camera because you needed people to fucking bullshit and lie. That's why you don't have people of fucking competence there. Because the thing is people with competence won't be able to just lie the way these people do. People with competence and integrity would actually be able to say, yes, this happened. Oh, this is going on. Or even better yet, people with integrity and fucking competence would actually report the actual numbers of what's going on instead of making up shit so that their president looked good. Imagine that you got fired for actually doing your job. I was just like, MAGA don't know what they like and what they dislike, and that's the biggest problem we have. We don't know what the fuck MAGA wants. We never understand what MAGA wants. MAGA doesn't actually fucking give out any information that actually makes it that it's just like, oh, that's something I learned. Never. When was the last time you did that with a MAGA? I just learned something today. Never. That shit don't happen. You never have that instance. Or you just learn how stupid they can be. That might be the learning process, but you never ran into. When's the last time you went into a damn MAGA live and you was just like, oh shit, I'm learning? That shit just doesn't happen. Yep, that's the thing. He tried to use that excuse, but the thing is you fired everybody, bro. You fired everybody. Everybody now we know wants to work for you and works for you. They're Republican. They're MAGA. You're getting rid of anybody that's look at the fucking the fucking Federal Reserve governor that he's trying to fire, yet he has no power to fire because it went against him. He been talking about trying to get rid of Jerome Powell this whole time and get rid of him, and he can't do that because he doesn't have the power to do that. He got rid of all the top generals that he had and replaced them with people that were either retired military or weren't even in the service. You had the Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, that is a fucking known alcoholic. You got Tulsi Gabbard that's giving away information and giving away fucking CIA operatives because she's just releasing their fucking names. You got Mike Waltz that fucking brings in a journalist into a top classified fucking chat and puts out information about a strike. Like, do I need to continue? It's just like constant stupidity, constant ignorance. You keep on saying this, you keep saying that. They can't vote. You got Pam Bondi that gloats about having the Epstein files and then all of a sudden doesn't have them. Like, you have to be by far the worst fucking attorney I've ever fucking heard of. How you gloat about having files that you looking over and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, and then fucking Linda McMahon with her A1. They're all DEI hires, and that's the thing. It's just like, y'all didn't get hired because of your capabilities. We know that. They didn't want Kamala Harris. I just like calling her Harris because somebody always says, oh, you saying it wrong. I was like, I don't mean it with fucking distaste like most people do when they say her name. Nah, the thing is that's the crazy thing about it too. Because like I said, that's why I do blame Democrats. They gave people the fucking ability and they saw people were able to see that, oh shit, I can be somebody in this country. I can be fucking president. I can be governor. I can be a state attorney general. We don't have a lot of that in people of color. We don't have much representation of people of color in Congress. How many senators you see of color? You see them in the House of Reps. How many do you see as senators? People don't bring those accounts into it, and those are the main things that people need to realize. They're just like Democrats were being soft. Democrats didn't want to call people out. Democrats wanted to be the fucking I'm gonna take the higher road. Democrats didn't want to say and do shit that they did. It was just like Democrat. The thing is you know what's funny is that the Democrats couldn't put up a fake show. Democrats couldn't put up a fake instance like MAGA does. That is the main difference there. Democrats knew that if they started talking shit, some of them never talk shit a day in their life, it would just look wrong. But MAGA, you can see, has been talking shit the whole fucking time and hasn't completed anything. Democrats don't go into the fucking dumb shit. Democrats don't go into, oh, let's talk about decorum while you screaming at me. Like, it was like that's what it is. The Democrats got too scared of that. Democrats just wanted to be like, I'm civilized. Okay. Well, clearly they not. So if you civilized, then they not, but they still trying to deal with you. You clearly can't be civilized with people that want to be uncivilized. Just like, and that's the thing. It's just like people don't understand that. And it's just like simple stuff like that. Democrats just didn't want to say anything. Democrats just stayed quiet. Democrats stayed quiet when Harris was being called unqualified. That rubbed me wrong the whole fucking time. The whole fucking time. I was just like, y'all all bitch made that this woman was being called unqualified and y'all just sat there and were quiet. Not all of them, but most of them sat there quiet and didn't say anything back. That's what it is. It's not about the plans. It's not about the shit. I'm talking about fucking actions. I'm talking about qualifications. I'm talking about the things that this woman had already done as attorney general. Because remember, everybody was like, oh my God, she's locked up about 1,400 people while she was district attorney. But they failed to mention the part that they were breaking the law. So she got 1,400 people arrested that were breaking the law, yet they all got due process. Would you imagine that? And then after the due process, she actually created programs that would stop first-time offenders from actually spending a long time in jail. That's crazy. Imagine being mad at her for doing her job. But as you can tell, that's what happens in this administration. Because remember, everybody that's actually been doing their job has been fired. You don't see that as a weird coincidence? I was just like, I think it was like less than 40, I think, that actually went to jail. Yet you mad. Yeah, she did her job. It was just like, bro, it was just like the that's why it's so confusing to deal with MAGA, because it's just like, yo, y'all were mad at the fact that she was doing her job well, which was fighting crime. Imagine. Imagine you want to fight crime, and imagine you want to talk about fighting crime, but then have a problem releasing the pedophile list. Mm. Imagine being the party of law and order, but then there's a law saying that you can't have an abortion, and what do? You call the governor to go get an abortion anyway. As a Republican representative that created the law for you to not be able to have an abortion, then you go and get the abortion yourself. like, like how much of a hypocrite do you got to be? Like, what's the criteria to be in MAGA? Like, how much of a hypocrite do you really got to be? It's just like it's not. It's like some of them have turned around and realizes like, you know what? Maybe we did fuck up. And I'm okay with that, because some of these people realizing like, yo, they got lied to or they lost something or whatever the case, and they're realizing that. That's cool. But then there's still people out here that are still like, oh my God, he's doing the right thing. He's taking my health care. He's helping the veterans. How? He's helping the homeless. How? By threatening to put them in jail? Like, see, and that whole thing, to clarify that whole veteran of Israel thing, this is one thing I'm gonna clarify about that. What was put in that bill is not that we are going to pay Israel soldiers. That's not what was put in the bill. So I have to clarify that. What was put in the bill was basically saying that if any American, so let's say Southwest, you decided that you wanted to go and fight for the IDF, then they would cover your pension and your stuff better than they do the soldiers that serve here. So not that we're directly paying their people. It's literally, if you're an American and you go and fight for them, we will take care of you better than when you fought for your own country. Which is still fucking crazy to fucking say anyway. That's still fucking crazy. So it's not that the bill was introduced. No, I know it's terrible fucking anyway for veterans. But it's not that the bill was literally introduced saying that, hey, if you are an American and you go fight for the IDF, you will get your pension and all that taken care of through that if you decide to go to war for them. Mind you, you tell that to the service members here and the veterans here. Some veterans can't get health care. Some veterans are still waiting on appointments. We got too many that are committing suicide because they're not being taken care of. And it's just like, you mean to tell me that you cutting funding, cutting people, don't have enough jobs, but somehow are raising up care? But the inspector general of the VA said that over 90% of all UA clinics and facilities are severely understaffed. Imagine that. The OIG inspection went over and saw, even with all these firings, people leaving some more because of this administration, that 90% of facilities in the VA network are severely understaffed. Yet you thought you was going to do better by firing more people. And that's what a lot of Republican veterans thought. It was like, yes, this is going to be good for us. And it was just like, oh, I guess it's good for you when your fucking actual care takes longer. Oh, it's okay when they start stripping away little things here and there that you were able to do because you weren't. If you haven't realized, or if you haven't been to the VA, me being a veteran myself that goes to the VA and has appointments through them, the wait times have become longer. And also they are making sure that if you are doing maintenance care, they're not trying to cover that. They're not trying to cover maintenance care anymore. If it's something that is just like hurt and bad and stuff like that, and you're trying to fix it, yes. But if it's like to maintain it, they're not trying to cover it no more. So if you have back issues and you used to go to the chiropractor, check on your referral, because most likely your referral will not be accepted again if it's maintenance care. If they consider it maintenance care, basically, hey, you've been going to the chiropractor for this long and you haven't gotten any better, they consider that maintenance care. So they won't be covering it. And now a lot of veterans will be like, oh my God, that isn't true. That isn't true. I was just like, look, I don't even argue with people anymore. I've been talking about this since before the fucking election of how this shit was going to happen. So at this point, I really don't have the time or the patience to try to argue with somebody when I've been saying all this shit was going to happen since fucking September of last year. Every instance where they say, oh, we're going to fix this. Oh, but then also I did read Project 2025, or at least I paid attention to the parts that would probably affect me, which most people didn't. Most people just thought, oh, it's not true. He doesn't know about it. He doesn't even know what it is. What's Project 20? Like all these dumbass fucking people. I was just like, bro. And then all of a sudden everything is coming out the playbook. But the thing is most of them couldn't read in the first place, so they couldn't fucking tell, like, oh shit, we're being lied to. Oh shit, this is what they're doing. Just like, it's just being frail. That's it. So it's all the contradictory shit. Yeah, that's the thing. It's all contradictory shit, and it's just been a continuous thing that just continues to happen, but people don't say anything about it, and it just continues to happen. That's the problem. We have all these things that are going on that people just don't know, don't pay attention to, or don't associate. And that causes the bigger issue with a lot of people, is just that the lack of association that comes from this is what causes the harm. Because most people don't put this shit together. I was like, she said all of this shit because she knew what they were trying to do. But the thing is people didn't want to believe it. But then at the same time, there's been all these executive orders, but none of them have been done to actually help the American people. I was like, imagine having a shortage of 90% all over your fucking VA hospitals, and that's not a state of emergency for your veterans? That's the safety and health care of veterans. Why isn't that a top priority? We made sure to give more money to ICE, though. Imagine giving more money to ICE, and then most of these people ain't even actual federal officers. Most of these guys are just bounty hunters, and that's why they keep their faces covered. Look at all the money that went there. Look at all the funding that they decided to cut. Not only the USA, but the research, like cancer research and all this stuff. And it's just like, so you don't believe in cancer research, you're going to cut the funding, and then you're going to have a guy that talks like this, and you want him to have the fucking hole in his chest, and you want me to listen to him? The fuck out of here. I was like, I'm educated enough that I went to fucking school, got my bachelor's, got my master's, and I knew, you know what? Maybe this person's a professor in this field for a reason. Just maybe. Or maybe he's a doctor in this field for a reason. Just maybe. I don't think this dude is just coming up with shit. I think this dude's kind of studied this. You know what? He actually went to school, got a master's degree in it, and then went and got a doctorate in it. So you mean to tell me that this man that spent all this time, that had to make a dissertation, had to make his own theory, had to prove it and all that shit, don't know what the fuck he talking about? That's a crazy assumption to fucking make. That's a crazy wild assumption for MAGA to fucking make. Yeah. Damn. Wasted 12 years. Mind you, this dude only works he works just as much as your senators do. That's so crazy. And I realized too, my video didn't get pushed out like that. You know what I did? You know how people on TikTok be like, yo, if you make the video and nobody saw it, delete it and post it again? I did that. My shit didn't work. Why is that? How come I didn't get anything? They haven't done it yet with Intel. They've been talking about it, but they haven't done it yet. I was like, yeah, this is too real for fucking TikTok. It's too real for TikTok. That's why I said if y'all haven't already, y'all can follow me on my YouTube. I'm on there. The link is in the bio. Let me double check to make sure the link is in the bio. I'm telling y'all to go over there and my shit ain't even up. Oh, let me see something. Yep, it's on my link tree. So if you go on my link tree, if you go into my bio, go on the link tree. The first page, the first item is the Veteran Awareness website. So you can check that. The second one is where I do my podcast, basically, or whatever you want to call this, or chit chat. Because the thing is like I said, once these terms and services change, it's going to be different when it's the ability for you to be able to speak on these things. I'm not going to be able to talk as much shit about this administration like people would want to. I'm going to still do it anyway till I end up losing the fucking account, I guess. But it's going to suck because it's like it took time to grow this account when I actually decided to do TikTok. But then it's just like I started talking more, started realizing more that it's just like, you know what? This ain't working. This ain't not working at all. I'm just like, ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? Ain't working. Freedom of speech, where people supposedly have freedom of speech, but they don't have freedom of speech anymore because the Democrats was taking it away. Remember all that? You remember all that nonsense? I was just like, the thing is that people don't understand. It's just like, if you don't know history, you don't know the education, you don't understand what's going on. Camera keep on going fuzzy. I was just like, if you don't understand the stuff, it's just like, you can't say things. It's just like you want to have freedom of speech, but then you don't want to have the consequences of it with certain people. But then you want other people to face the consequences because of their speech. That shit just doesn't work that way. It was just like, if it's going to be freedom of speech, it's freedom of speech. If it's anything about hate, anything about hurting people and stuff like that, that's not fucking freedom of speech. That's basically you making threats or saying something that you shouldn't be saying. That's not protected. You saying a racial slur does not protect you by the First Amendment. It was like, yeah, you have the ability to say it. That doesn't mean that you're going to get acknowledged for it. You're not just going to be allowed to keep doing it. Oh, just like I didn't even vote for him that many times. I didn't vote against him or for him. I was in the military for 3 different presidents. I was in the military for Obama, Trump, and Biden. I didn't vote. I was in the military. My vote didn't mean shit there because if I said I didn't want to go to war, it didn't matter. I was going to go to war if I got deployed, which I did get deployed. But there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. People don't understand that. That's part of it that is just like, you gotta realize those things. It's just like, that's not how things work. Just like this regime, this administration is gonna be here for the next couple of years. The thing is that people need to make sure that next year they are voting. That's why Republicans are scrambling to try to change seats, try to redistrict, because the thing is most of the people that they knew were believing in them don't even believe them anymore. So they have to try to usurp all these Democratic counties and districts to try to make it seem like the Democrats don't have a voice or they're not voting for it. It's not even, it's not that we need more participation in this is where people get it wrong. We don't need more participation in elections. We just need to pick better people. We just need to be able to pick better people. The problem is that we don't pick the right people. I was like, remember, Bernie Sanders could have been president. But what did the Democrats that didn't want to listen to their own people say? Nah, we going with Hillary. And she lost. This could have all been avoided. You would have never had Trump in office if y'all would have just let Bernie run. But what would that have caused? That would have caused too much shit. That would have had free healthcare running rampant. Imagine not having to pay a hospital bill. That's crazy. Imagine raising minimum wage. That's wild. Imagine getting paid more. I was like, that's what happened. They were just like, look, since the Democrats allowed that to happen, the Democrats have already been flawed. They ain't gonna say it. I'll say that shit. Once y'all took over and said, y'all told the people, hey, we voted for this person and we're not getting this person, people would have been like, that is, but that's also part of the reason why the Democrats are to blame. Because the thing is everybody thought Hillary was gonna win, but it was because she was a white woman. So white women were supporting white women then? But then for some reason, when it came to supporting another woman, she just happened to be black, all of a sudden they voted for Trump. Shit don't make sense to me. That shit never made sense to me. I never understood that fully. It was just like, how did you go about this process that you thought that Harris was going to threaten your ability to get an abortion? She's a woman. And y'all really thought she was going to go against her own interest like y'all dumbasses do. Like, that's only... Southwest will never have the buying power in the 70s. And the buying power in the 70s wasn't even buying power. Everything was just cheap. It was just like in the 70s, a fucking home was like, what, $25,000? Imagine having to pay $25,000 over a 30-year period. You was not struggling. Shit was cheap. It's just like 20 years ago, I could go to a fucking Chinese restaurant and get a fucking order of pork fried rice with fucking chicken wings, and a fucking big ass fucking quart iced tea for like fucking $4. Try that shit now. The thing is that you have so many women that support the reversal on Roe v. Wade, and they're hypocrites. That's it. You're a hypocrite. Because the thing is most of the time when it comes to the people that say that they're against abortion, it's for religious purposes. They don't have a justifiable reason. They say because it's religious purposes that they feel that way. Yet the book says not to judge others. That's all I gotta say. So you're not religious. You're just a fucking hypocrite. That's it. Don't give me the whole religious talk about this. You shouldn't be judging another person at any cost. You should be minding your own fucking business. But you notice how that shit don't fucking work? You notice how that shit don't get put together? You didn't vote that way because you were religious. You didn't vote that way because you were religious. Because if you were religious, you would shut the fuck up and mind your business. Don't beat around the bush and bullshit, because you can't give me a plausible reason that the Bible says that. You can't give me a viable reason where you're trying to tell women that they can't control their own body when they just not that long ago were actually able to vote. Like, so you're trying to take away that from them. It's just like, there's no viable reason why you can't mind your business. Yeah, like, give me a viable reason why you can't just shut the fuck up and mind your business. That's it. That's it. That's all I want to know. Give me one viable reason why you couldn't do that. Give me one viable reason why you had to be in somebody else's fucking life that didn't ask for it at that. Nothing. It's always the same. It's always there. The Bible says a lot of fucking shit. Some people want to be religious. Be all for it. I am not religious. I learned about the good book. I read about the good book. but I am an atheist. I don't believe in that nonsense. And I'm sorry if that offends, but then that for you is a personal problem, not mine. Like, it's just like, plain and simple. It's just like, people want to say this and they want to say that. And it's just like, I was just like, I have my reasons why I no longer believe, and people have their reasons why they believe. All power to you. I don't have no problem with it. It's not even about evolving and waking up. It's just like, I just think that book was misconstrued and written in a different way so that you wouldn't understand how powerful you actually are. That's what I think it was for. I think the story of the man is true. I do believe the story of that man is true. But there's always the question that nobody was able to answer me. It's like this is the reason, like, because yeah. Have you ever had like Jehovah's Witnesses like stop by your door and try to speak about the Bible, speak about the Lord, Jesus Christ, and all that stuff? Have you ever had that experience? I know probably some of y'all have. Some of y'all have gone in, or it's a church, a religious group or something that they knock on your door because they're trying to grow their church and their community and stuff like that. I know you've had that happen, right? I know how to stop them. I know how to stop them from coming back. It's worked every time for me. She's like, how? It was like, I need a book. It's just like, I need steps. Hold on. Let me get pen and paper so I can figure out how to stop this. I was just like, no. Don't try to teach him reason. No, it's simple. It's simple. This is the question. Because I was once, this was when I was living in San Diego. I was walking down the street. I was walking my daughter. She was in a stroller. She was walking. So I seen two of them walking towards me. So I knew, I was like, damn, these people are going to stop and talk to me. And I was just like, no, not even that way. No, you don't even have to say that. Look, this is what I told those Jehovah's Witnesses when they came up to me, right? I was like, look, I know the story. I know this. I believe in this. I'll make you a proposition. If you can answer this question for me, I will stand here and I will talk to you as long as you want me to talk to. Man, did these two kids fucking perk the fuck up. They were just like, yes, we got another one. We got this one. And then it was just like, but if you can't answer the question, y'all never gonna talk to me again. And it was like, oh, they were giddy as shit. Like, yo, I got this. So I was just like, all right, here's the question. And here's the question you can ask any Jehovah's Witness. You can ask anybody religious. You can ask anybody. I was just like, most people don't read books that are incomplete, right? So why is it that nobody can tell me what happened from Jesus Christ from the age 14 to 33? So you grew up a carpenter's son, got to 14, and then from 14 to 33, you have no idea what happens to this man. I was like, would you read the Harry Potter book if the Harry Potter book was missing books 3, 4, and 5? I know some of y'all minds just fucking, so I don't have a fake boyfriend. No, 13 to 33. Because remember, he grew up a carpenter's son. And then from there, there's nothing of his story from ages 14 to 33 till he comes back. And that's the question I always have from my pastor. Pastor, I was just like, why is it that the story of this man from age 14 to 33 isn't spoken about? Because you know how that would influence men around the world if they had this knowledge, if they had this power, if they had this understanding? From 14 to 33 is some of the most crucial years that a man goes through, where it comes to becoming a man, learning how to become a man, learning how to become a father, being a husband, being a working man. All these things happen from age 14 to 33. but nobody can tell you the story. Yet this man came back walking on water, making wine, bringing back the dead, curing blindness. Like, yo, my man learned some shit from 14 to 33. Sorry for saying it that way, but from 14 to 33, my man learned something. He learned a lot. He learned a lot. And I always kept asking, I was just like, you know what? Maybe this would make me a better person if I knew this story, if I knew what he went through, if I knew what he experienced, if what led him to become the Messiah is explained. And they couldn't answer me. And they got giddy, and then all you saw was the smiles start getting quiet. And they was like, you know what? You have yourself a good day, sir. And they walked away, and I never seen them again. You're going to have to stop and have that conversation with them, or you could just have that conversation with anybody in the fucking world. What happened to Jesus Christ from 13 to 33? That's the only explanation I really wanted. That's the only explanation I wanted. I grew up in a Catholic household, going to church on Sundays. My grandma would go to church. I did my first communion. I did my confirmation. I actually spoke in front of my whole community as the person that they chose to speak, even after I had asked all these questions. Because the nun that was teaching us, she basically saw it was just like, this man has a voice and he likes to use it. And he's not too scared to use it. He's not scared to voice his opinion or his thoughts. So it was weird when it was just like, yeah, you're going to be the person that speaks to the community at church. And I was just like, yeah, sure, you want me to do that? But because I asked those questions. So she saw, it was just like, oh, this guy's I wouldn't say I was an intellect then. I just thought and had questions. You know, just like any grown person would just have a question. But if you can't have a question answered, it kind of brings down the thought process to the belief system. Which I got no problem with people. If people have their faith, everybody has their faith. Everybody has a story of a person that came, saved them, taught them how to do this, showed them how to do that. Every religion has the same story. They just call them different names because, hey, we have different languages and all that. But everybody knows the story, but nobody can tell you what happened through that time period. So there's something missing. There's something we're not being told. I've always just thought, because look, according to MAGA, I don't know what Bible they read. So, because don't take care of the poor, don't take care of the kids, don't take care of the elderly. I don't know which one that's there. It's just like, this is interesting. Please don't lose friends over this. Please don't lose friends over this. Most people have always looked at me sideways when I said that. I was just like, no, I believe everybody should have their faith. Everybody believes in what they believe in. Everybody believes in what they have been taught or what they've experienced. Some people feel like they've had spiritual awakenings. Some people feel like they felt presences or whatever the case may be. But I just asked a simple question that I couldn't get an answer to. So I just left it at that. I was just like, okay, I cannot put my whole backing behind this if you can't explain what it is. I think I understand you, bro, but why is this time relevant to you if you're not reading the Bible? The thing is I was reading the Bible when I asked these questions. I was doing my first communion and confirmation when I did these questions. I was like, you want me to read a story that isn't complete? I can't do that. I'm sorry. I can't do that. That's my belief. You're entitled to keep reading your Bible and feel how you feel about it. That's completely fine. But nobody's been able to answer that. Why? Because there's no story of it. So literally I could do like, I remember seeing like when people would be like, they try to do like lives and be like, prove that atheist isn't real or some bullshit, like, because they're God-fearing people, but then they're judging others, which always made it interesting to me falling into those. But it's always just like, I cannot read a full story. I cannot believe a untold story. Oh, just like some people, like, look, some of these people have gotten to the point where they're upset at you because you told them about tariffs. That's why I don't try to bring in religion to this thing, because I know MAGA seems to be, and they want to say they're the biggest Christians or the most devout people and the biggest hypocrites. So it's just like, imagine that, trying to portray something or try to explain something to a person and be like, hey, this is what a Christian is. How do you explain that? Because they'll be like, I'm a devout Christian. And I was like, how do you explain all the fucking hate you have? I was just like, see, Slim, that's where I have that problem. It was like everybody's like, I gotta ask God. I asked God, what'd you do to your son from 13 to 33? God never told me anything. God never told anybody, according to the people that wrote those books. Because remember, those books were written way after that man was there. But you skipped a whole chapter. Imagine, like, this is the thing I tell people when it comes to that. Because I know people are faith believers and all that stuff. But I just tell them, imagine that you knew all you knew after age 33 from 14 to 33. How would your life be different? If everything you learned after 33, you actually knew from 14, how would your life be different? How would your life be different? That's just like, imagine, and that's what always confused me, because I was just like, yo, I went through some of the toughest times in my life from 14 to 33. Or maybe because people will be like, oh, that's what you were supposed to do. No. I was like, this person went from 14 to 33. You wanted to make sure to, like, the part where you can't tell me his struggles, but can only tell me his accomplishments, is where I have a problem. But then again, look how intelligence was looked at back in those days. Because Jesus Christ could have just been a healer. He could have been a person that studied healing from 14 to 33. That's how he was able to bring that person back from the dead. That's how that person was able to get their eyesight back, because he knew remedies and stuff like that. Maybe he knew remedies and maybe he learned all that stuff throughout the time period. We don't know. But we know they hated him for it. It was like, this man is too educated. He's teaching people within themselves about themselves to just be within themselves. We need you to believe you're here in this building, the one I talk to you from, so that you can believe what I got to say. That story, I believe, has been one of the most misconstrued stories, I think, ever when it comes to religion. But sometimes people don't ask those questions. Yeah, back in the Middle Ages, people were told they had to pay to get there. Susan, Susan says, I am very analytical, but I always come across things like your point and wonder why I did not. I was just like, I think outside the box. I don't think like this is why I said my history teacher changed my life forever. Fucking Mr. Zimmerman, wherever you are, I hope you're doing well. Hope you living a healthy life. And oh no, was it him that passed? No, he didn't pass. It was another one of our history teachers that passed. But it was just like, this dude told me the victors write the books. Who won out in the Jesus situation? It wasn't Jesus. Who won out and wrote that story? Who persecuted him? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just those thoughts that it's just like, I always like to think, because the thing is like, look, this is one thing that you got to learn. Whenever you're learning something, you always learn from step 1 to 10, right? You don't go step 1, 2, and then get to 10, or 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is missing, and then 9, 10, you just develop it. You got to go through the process. You got to go through the situation of learning. You have to go through the process of understanding. It was like, hey, this is how I created this. This is how I made this. This is how I became how I am. This is how I got to this point. And if you missing that whole lecture, you missing that whole ideology, you missing that whole thought process, how do you know where you were supposed to get to? Nobody knows what this man did throughout that time period. No, I was inquisitive. I got inquisitive when Mr. Zimmerman told me that the Victors write the books when I was in high school. Like, I was just starting high school. And that's when I started doing my first communion. I did it a bit later. And then he told me that. And then I started doing my first communion and I did my confirmation and I did that. And I was just always asking those questions after that. Because I started thinking about it. It was just like, it goes with anything that has happened in history. Whoever wins writes the stories. And that's why I said about, like, even with Germany and the Holocaust, most people never read the fact that all European countries rounded up their Jewish population and sent them to Germany. That's something that doesn't get taught in the books, but that's something that if you knew that process, you would understand better how it happened. But most people don't do that because most people don't travel and they don't. Yeah, you didn't. That's why I tell you, like, if you ever have the ability to go to Auschwitz, if you go to Auschwitz in Poland, that was one of the lucky things of me being in the military. I got stationed in Germany. I got traveled all over the place. I got to see history. I got to see fucking castles that were older than the fucking United States. Crazy to fucking say that. It's crazy to fucking say that. But it's just like most people don't know that. The European countries rounded up their Jewish communities and their population because they did not want to start a war with Germany because they were going to be outmanned and outgunned. So what they did was they just said, fuck it, we're just going to round these people up and we'll put them on a train and send them to you. And that's what they did. And most people have never heard that story. They never paid attention to it. But all you got to do is go to Auschwitz, or you can actually look at the history from their point of view. Because every one of those barracks buildings has a different story of every single different country and the process had how they had them, because it was different. There was one building that you walk into that it gave you the timeline of each fucking train, the number of people on each train, and when it arrived in Auschwitz. And that's just one building. Others have their shoes. Some have like hair remains. There's the actual chamber you can walk through. There's one, the Polish one. That's the one that always comes to mind and I can't forget. The Polish people have their building is literally all their faces are there. So literally you walk into a building, like let's say you're going down a long hallway that's like maybe like 50, 60 feet long. Going down the hallway, and then there's 3 rows of faces all the way down. That's one of the buildings in Auschwitz. That's the Polish one. 3 rows leveled of pictures of their faces along the whole fucking barracks thing. And most people don't know that. But that's the thing. It's just like most people don't understand it and they don't know the story. We going off of what somebody told us happened in Germany because everybody just thinks that Germany went everywhere and just grabbed everybody from their country. No, these countries willingly gave it up. So that's the same thing that MAGA is trying to do with these people. It's just like, hey, they want to grab up people. Because the thing is you notice the red states have no problem with people being just picked up and snatched and not having any thing. The difference in Germany was that all those countries agreed with doing that because they didn't want a war. They didn't want to start any problems with Germany. So they were like, yeah, we'll just give you the people. They caved as Germany invaded? No, the U.S. showed up. Remember, a lot of those places were just starting to get overrun because he was just like, yo, if we can control these people and all these people are scared of us that they just shipped their Jewish population to us, they were that scared, that means we could just fuck all these people over. That's when they got hungry. It was just like, oh, These people did not even put up a fight to round up these people and do it. I was just like, might as well just clean house everywhere. And that's why Germany did what they did, because people were scared to actually go against them. See, just check that shit. I'm just like, I'm not going to tell you lies. If you come in here, I'm not going to tell you lies. You can look this shit up. This shit is just, it's history that just isn't taught. Because everybody's like, oh my God, the Germans did all of that. But nobody puts the blame on the rest of the fucking countries that just gave them up. Yeah, they were told many things. It was just like, when you look that shit up, it's just like, holy shit. You look up at that situation and it's just like, damn. But that's what I'm telling you. It's the story that didn't get told. It was like, you didn't get told about that story. You didn't know about that shit. You didn't hear about that shit. You would have never known. But that's why the same thing I say with religion. Sometimes things that happen. Remember, the Knights of the Templar were for religious purposes, and these people massacred millions of people. So religion has always been a powerful thing in the world. Everybody has a religion, or everybody believes in a religion or believes in something, but they all believe in the same thing, but they all believe that theirs is stronger than the other, and they're all the same person. Because if you notice, if you look at, what is it? Is it Shiva, I believe, is the same god that happens to be born on December 25th. Every god from every other religion just happens to do that. But most people don't do that because you don't interact and get taught different languages. You don't get taught different experiences and different things. And those are things that is just like, you have to look up and find yourself. It's like, damn, how come every single religion across the world has the same fucking guy that gets born on the same day, is capable of doing the same shit, but they all call him a different name? Everybody has their own language. Everybody has their own culture. So it's a different name, but they all have the same story. Nobody finds that a coincidence. Why? Because nobody talks about that story. Everybody just has this story, the one you heard of. So it's just like, those are things that just like enlighten people. I always like having these conversations, because these conversations allow me to talk. And it's just like, this is just stuff that goes in my head, in my mind, that I've just thought of and I've just processed. And it's just like, you see it and you realize it's just like, shit. I was like, Yep. Now, remember, because that's the thing. That's the thing with the story of Jesus Christ, right? He was persecuted because he knew too much and he was too intelligent. Because remember the Salem witch trials? Remember when women could read witch? Just as simple. Remember the guy that said, no, we revolve around the sun, not the sun revolves around us. They lit that dude on fire. Because it was heresy against the Catholic Church to say that we revolved around the sun and not the sun revolved around us. Remember that. It's like all these things, somebody that was educated, somebody that knew how to, like, if you tell me the story of Jesus Christ, the way I take it, I was like, look, this dude went and studied medicine. This dude went and started farming. He studied all these different things and he put them all together. And then he just started telling all the people what they could do. And the Romans did not like that shit. It was like, what you mean you can grow your own food? Nah, we want these people to depend on our food. What, there's medicine that can actually heal this? Nah, we got to let these people go. We ain't got the time for that. Don't it sound like the U.S.? Shit. When you start making that association, it's like, damn. You start making them like, damn. Yeah, but you notice all that, it was just like, according to who were all these women witches? The victors. What story of the witch did you ever hear? Which autobiography that you ever get about the witches of Salem trials? Yeah, that's what it was. You were healers. You actually had medicine. The thing is just like, people forget that remedies have been passed down and stuff like that. But like I said, Jesus Christ probably had remedies that helped this person with his eye. He could have had, maybe it was just like pink eye or some shit. It could have been as simple as pink eye. It wasn't that he was blind. Maybe he had pink eye. Or maybe he had some form of glaucoma or some shit. And he was just like, oh, do this and he healed. It was like, no, this probably gave him some medication, told him, hey, bro, grab that shit up there, grab that tree. Let me get a bush from here. Let me get some of those berries over there. Mix this shit up. Here, put this in a little towel. Put that shit on your face. Let it heal up. And boom. DJ, I'll tell you this. For some people, seasoning is witchcraft. Do I need to say more? Do I need to say more? Remember, that's why a lot of these people are upset right now. The fact that they found out at age 40 that chicken was not supposed to taste like that. That's why these people so mad. Grew up their whole fucking life. It's seasoning is witchcraft to some of these people because they grew up their whole life. They 40 years old and just realized that, damn, chicken actually tastes different. It's not supposed to taste as bland as that. They actually put stuff on it. It's not just cooked. Like, it's witchcraft for some people, but it's just like you won't hear that or say that. Those are the conversations most people don't want to fucking talk about. But it's just like, those are the things that just like, hey, I have no problem with people's beliefs. The same way, hey, it was just like, hey, some people want to be racist. If you racist, you racist. I can't fix that. I'm not going to spend my time trying to fix that. That's a personal issue. But your hatred will consume you yourself. That's not going to be a word for me. Your hatred is going to have you believing that somebody else is doing better than you because you don't want to do anything. Shit, witchcraft debate for some people is crazy. Oh, just like and that's the thing. Those are stories and those are just things that have ran through my head that it's just like I say it to people and some people will look at me like, yo, this dude has lost it. And then some people start actually thinking the same way, like, you know what? I never thought about it like that. I never looked at this situation in that manner. I never looked at the Bible and said, why is it missing a piece? Most people never even realized that. Most people were so engulfed in the story that they didn't realize that it went from 13 to 33. They just mixed in a couple of other people's names and stuff so that they can make you forget the whole story of how he got there, the struggle. I was just like, you know what have made religion more powerful? If you would have told me that Jesus Christ from 14 to 33 failed miserably at life, failed miserably, or became an alcoholic, or became a addict, or became something, and then he found his way, and then he put his power and his feeling into something, and then that something led him to this, and that led him to that, and then he started walking on water. Then he started healing. Then he started reviving. That I think would have had way more fucking influence on the people of this world than you telling me the story you told me halfway. At least that's my way. Yeah, remember the Mayans were savages, but we've never seen a society as big and as populated as they had, but they were savages. The Moors. Africa taught so many people everything, but now what does everybody think Africa is? People in fucking huts with flies flying around their face. Is that not what people think of Africa? But everything came from Africa. All the stuff that we there, people forget that Timbuktu was in Africa before it just magically disappeared, or the Romans captured it and took it. Notice how everybody just went and they just rewrote it and made it sound something different. Yeah, but you never know. That's what I'm saying, Southwest. You don't know what the story is because they can't fucking tell you how he did it. Everybody knows he just walked on water. What was it if he was just swimming? What if that man knew how to swim? Because he was walking on water, he was just gliding on water, he was just swimming. He could have just been a good swimmer. But to them, that shit was fucking witchcraft. So what the fuck is swimming? I was like, bro, we got to get in a boat to do that. This man is over here just fucking. You see what I'm saying? It's just like, it was just, this man could have just been a swimmer. He turned water to wine. That man knew how to crush grapes. Like when you look at it in a simplistic way, instead of trying to think of it in a more far-fetched way, just think of it as a simplistic thing. The man knew how to deal with herbs and spices. The man was educated enough to know how to heal someone. He supposedly revived a person that was dead, or that could have been a person that was basically dying, that had some sort of flu or whatever the case may be, and he just went and healed them with whatever he gave them. And then it was just like, yo, he brought him back to life. Not literally the man died and brought him back, but he figuratively did it because what? The person was bedridden. They couldn't get up. They couldn't move. He came in there, gave them the remedy. And then a couple of days later, the man started walking again. You don't think that whole 3-day disappearing and coming back to life is not? There's a story behind the story. The thing is, we don't got the full story. It was like the man probably gave him something. You're not going to tell me that you turned water into wine and you didn't know what the fuck he was doing. If you're telling me he turned water into wine, that means that he basically found something, because everybody was just used to drinking water. And then this man probably found berries, crushed them, put them in a cup and said, here, you can have some too. And everybody was just like, yo, I could have been doing this with my grapes the whole time. You don't think so? Okay, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's just like all these things, if you think on it in a smaller context and not trying to. Yeah, look how crazy that thought process is. Because what did everybody do? People weren't getting in the water back in those days. So imagine this dude was just swimming in the water, and people saw him swimming when everybody was always in a boat. And this dude is fucking Michael Phelps in the water. Your mind is gonna be blown. Like, yo, he made it from here to there. She said, it was just like, I just think it's just thinking outside the box. I'm not saying that this is what it's supposed to be. I'm not proclaiming it that. I just like to put these thoughts into people because I just like to talk about it. Because the thing is I don't know if people think this way. I may just be, I can be a lunatic. I could be. I just look at things in a different way. People had technology. People had the ability, like it because it's crazy to me. It was just like all these civilizations and all these prior civilizations had this knowledge, had this stuff. And it was just like, how did y'all learn this shit? Because we can't even make some of the pyramids the way they do now because of how they cut fucking blocks of steel perfectly fucking lined, perfectly thing, and then actually able to fucking draw on them and carve more into it perfectly. That was just like his questions. Yo, if they would have if Michael Phelps would have ran over there and got that and just fucking did that, just like taught a man how to fish. What is the saying? If you teach a man how to, if you give a man a fish, he eats for a day. But if you teach a man how to fish, right? Something like that. I always get that saying wrong. But that's the thing. It was like, oh, y'all didn't know how to fish. Y'all didn't know how to fish. And Jesus came in and just like, hey, bro, come here. Let me show you how I swim real quick. You swim down here, you grab this, throw something at it, you got fish. You could deep fry that joint. He can feed himself for life. And that's what it is. And that's what it's just like, and that's where the thought process, and that I think was one of the more influential things. Teach a man to fish. Why ain't you teaching me what this man did from 13 to 33? Because then I would learn how to feed myself. That's it, y'all. Nothing crazy, nothing blasphemous. That's all I wanted to know. That's all I wanted to get an understanding for. That's why I wanted to be more educated, because I wanted to learn and be able to teach myself, or teach myself how to do something, so that way I can carry it forward and use it ahead. But if I would have known this at 14, like I said, imagine knowing all you know now at age 33 and then looking back and saying, damn, if I would have known this at 14, how far in life do you think you would be right now? What do you think you would have been able to accomplish with all the knowledge you had from 13 forward, if you had that time period? Because that's why I say, like, for most people, 14 to 33 is one of the roughest time periods that you go through. But imagine, that's all I say. Imagine that. And it's just like, if you think about it in that context, it's just like, damn, from 14 to 33, I went through, like I said, I went through some of the toughest times in my life. Some of the darkest spots in my life was through that time period. And I was just like, if I would have known what I know now, then what I would have known about having fake friends, what I know about the judging of people, or the interactions of learning how to have emotional control of your emotions. Now imagine how different you would be if you just had slight concepts of that. It's just like, those are the things I just ask questions. It's just like, most people, like I said, there was a lot more people in here, but once you start talking about certain things that question the morality and the thought process of what people do, people sometimes get offended by that. And it was just like, I'm not trying to question anybody's religion. I'm not trying to go against anybody's faith. Everybody has their own faith, and you should keep it that way. But this is my thought process. This is my understanding, or this is my coherent manner for myself of understanding what I went through in life, how I understand it, how I got to the point where I am, and just trying to be more successful. That's what it is. But I know if I would have known everything I know now, shit, I definitely wouldn't have been on TikTok right now. I definitely wouldn't have been speaking to y'all right now. It's just it's an interesting thought, but that's a whole loaded what ifs. But that's the same thing with faith. It's a lot of what ifs. So if you can be a what if in faith, you can have a what if in your life. But at the same time, if I were to tell you, hey, my name is just Cruz, but I don't tell you where I was born, I don't tell you I'm from New York City, I don't tell you that, and all I tell you is I help veterans. People are going to be like, oh, he helps veterans. But then if I don't mention the part that, oh, I served in the military for 10 years in the Army. I got deployed once. I worked as a sales manager. I got my bachelor's degree. I got my master's degree. Would you listen to me the same way? You might be interested at first and be like, yo, what is he talking about? And then it was like, damn, this dude doesn't have any background information. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I don't know if he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, be quick to change. Oh, just like knowledge. I have tons of knowledge on everything. I taught myself to learn. It was just like, taught myself how to fish. I actually don't know how to fish though. I've taught myself figuratively how to fish in other things. When it comes to being a streamer, I've taught myself how to fucking stream. I've taught myself how to use my camera, how to change lighting, how to set up my microphone, how to put a noise cancellation, how to put an equalizer on it, how to set up a computer, how to build multiple computers. I've taught myself that on my own. Nobody taught me. I taught myself how to fish. taught myself how to be interested in computers. I taught myself that. And then I'm able to use this stuff to, hey, now I'm able to talk to y'all. If I didn't teach myself how to do that, I wouldn't be having this conversation with y'all. So that's the way of fucking looking at it. That's why I was just like, I taught myself these things. And hey, that teaching and all that led me to y'all today to tell y'all and have this conversation with y'all. And I appreciate for having it and not being offended or just being understanding and just having y'all point of view. But it's just like, sometimes you got to think outside the box and sometimes you got to see things differently than other people do. I was just like, I have to help my own millennial big brother how to set up a router. I'm 28. Yeah, it's simple things like that, but you got to teach people how to do it. But that's the thing with it. That story didn't teach me. And I wanted to be taught. And that was the problem I had. And like I said, if you ever have any Jehovah's Witnesses or anything stopping by, just hit them with that. And be like, look, I'll have this conversation with you. But if you can't tell me what happened to Jesus Christ from 13 to 33, I'm going to be on my way. And I would like for you not to stop by my house again if you can't get an answer for that. They're going to get giddy when you hear them that they want to talk. But then when you ask them that question, they're going to look at you like, fuck. All right. I'm going to catch you one day. I'm going to find the story one day. I'm going to come back to your door and I'm going to be the first one knocking. Like, see, the scriptures say it. Oh, Trump is making an announcement right now. Don't nobody care. Let me guess. The streets of Washington, D.C. are clean. Chicago is now a war zone. New York City has declared bankrupt. Like it's gonna be some wild dumb shit. Unless he's gonna make sure to let everybody know that also tomorrow there is a press conference that will happen that will be the Epstein victims coming out and talking. I don't know. I'm not paying attention to it. I'm gonna just watch the replay and see what he says. But it's questionable. The thing is Frosty, if you have to teach your supervisor how to use Microsoft Excel and he's your supervisor, you need to find another job. If you got to teach your supervisor how to do that, it's time for you to find another job and find somewhere where you actually have your talents used in a proper manner, because you basically getting paid less than a person that you're teaching. That shit don't rock with me. Might get more viewers if you cover what's happening in the moment. Robbie, I don't do this for the money. I don't do this for the stream. I don't do this for the clout. These are just conversations I have. If people want to have them, I have them with anybody. Because it's just real conversations with grown-ass adults that have no problem doing it. I don't need donations. I don't need the funding. Do I appreciate it? Yeah, I'm not going to say no to it. But it's not necessary. I don't care if this is fucking... You can have 3 million people in here. If you notice, the whole time I've been here, I haven't asked for no donations. I don't ask for no gifts. I don't ask for any of that. I just ask for dialogue and understanding of this is what my mind does. That's what it is. I don't ask for donations. I do the same thing I do with the veterans workshops. I do veterans workshops every fucking Sunday. Every Sunday I do a veteran workshop. This weekend I didn't do it because it was Labor Day and I wanted to spend more time with my family. But besides that, every Sunday I do a workshop for veterans. I don't get paid for it. I don't make no money off of it. The only way I make money is if people watch the workshops on YouTube or they replay it, and I might get some ad money. Besides that, I just do this shit for free because the thing is most people don't think this way. I think outside the box. I don't think normally how people do, but it's just like sometimes you got to put that little bug in somebody's ear to make them start thinking a little differently. And that little tweak can basically change a person's perspective or just make them have a different outlook towards stuff. And that's the thing. It's just like, it's always, is it ever difficult working with veterans since no one's No, it's not, because the thing is Robbie, I don't care if you're a Republican, independent. I don't care what your political issue is. I don't care. If you are a veteran, I will assist you. That's if you're a veteran, a dependent of a veteran, a family member of a veteran that has questions, I will assist you. I don't care. I don't care what your political affiliations is. You decided to take the oath the same way I did. I want to help you. Now, am I going to agree with you? No. Is some of the shit that's going on because of what they voted for? Yes. Is that their problem? Also, yes, because it's not going to be my problem because I already know and I'm prepared for all the shit that's happening because I knew it was going to happen. So it's just like, I just try to be cool, calm, and collected as best I can, and I have conversations. But when I have real conversations, TikTok don't like me having real conversations. And that's why I said I'm moving on to YouTube and I'm doing it off my own website. And I'll still use TikTok here to push it out so that people see that I have my own website and I'm doing it through there and I'm live streaming there. But at the same time, it's just like I don't need censorship for having an actual conversation on religion. I was just like, you notice how I didn't question anybody's. I didn't downplay anybody's. I wasn't condescending towards everybody. I just had my opinion and I was just speaking it. Some people agreed with it. Some people didn't understand it. And some people were just in awe, like, yo, I never looked at it that way. And that's fine to do. It doesn't have to be a conversation or argument or just a debate. It doesn't have to be that. It could just be a conversation on just life, on different aspects of it. I have no reason to hide anything from anybody. I have no reason not to teach people. It was just like, I'm only making you better if you fucking teach. Remember what the book says it, right? Teach a man how to fish, he learns to fish for life. If I teach y'all how to fish, hopefully it helps you learn how to fish for life. That's it. That's the easiest way of doing it. Help everyone around you. There shouldn't be any reason for you to expect anything back. Just help everybody. Somebody needs help, help them. If you see somebody sick and you got the medicine, give them the medicine. If you see somebody hungry and you got hungry, give them food. If somebody's asking you, hey, how do I do this? Take the time to try to educate them because they actually want to learn. Because the one thing I have learned and one thing I have noticed is when you start teaching people, those people end up teaching somebody else. So not only did you better that person's life, you just bettered multiple others because those others will continue to spread that information and they learn, and you just make society a better fucking place. Society didn't get to where it got to with people going against each other, talking hatred toward each other and all that. It was because, hey, I learned this shit. Like, hey, I learned how to swim from Jesus. Now I can swim. Now when I go out in the water, I don't drown. Because you know that was taboo back in the day. Ain't nobody jumping in the water because everybody jumped off a ship or some shit. You knew they were goner. And then Jesus come over here fucking swimming and shit, probably save somebody out the water. And they were like, hot damn, how do you do that? It was like, what the fuck? I was like, who the fuck is this guy? He was like, what you mean? We were drinking and then it started tasting like juice. And they called it wine because most people don't understand wine. But if you start crushing enough grapes, you're going to make wine. Crazy thought, isn't it? I'm just saying, it's different. Those are just the different thoughts I have. You know, just like, I tell you, I'll say this to some people, and some people be like, oh my God, this is blasphemous. Or just like, he's a Satan worshiper. Nah, bro, I'm an atheist. On the third day, he bathed in the lake again. Remember, he was just teaching them, yo, y'all need to wash your ass. That's what it is. Y'all funky as shit. You see why that dude there that I had to revive his ass? Because my man hasn't washed his face in who knows how damn long. That's why his eyes is fucking all fucked up. Now I gave him a little remedy. Hey, put that shit on your eye and all of a sudden he can see again. See how that shit work? I'm just saying. If you read it in that context, it's just like, I know a lot of people are going to be like, yo, I need to reread this shit. I'm going to reread this fucking book. Like, hold the fuck up. It's just like, hold on. Now that he mentions that, what else did I miss? There's a lot of stuff that you can just assimilate to just, because the thing is what people fail to realize. This is one thing. There's another, I want to go through the Bible with a Cruz interpretation. That'll be interesting. That'll be interesting for me to, but it's just like, it was just like, That could be it too. But the thing is Tanny, the reason I don't think he was a time traveler is because there's too many places I know about him at the same time. That's why he couldn't have been a time traveler. Everybody knew that he was born on December 25th. That wasn't time travel. Everybody knew this story. So everybody spread that story. Everybody heard, like, yo, my dude is swimming. He's walking on water. That shit spread like wildfire. Yo, my man made wine. He just grabbed grapes and said, squeezed them out into a fucking cup and started drinking. And everybody looked at him like, this man done lost his mind. That was just like, but the thing, it was like, ain't nobody seen a miracle since. Oh, Jesus was born in September. My bad. It was just like, you haven't seen a miracle since, but at the same time, people don't make the mental fucking association that back in those days, they didn't have fucking medicine. They didn't have needles. They didn't have fucking gynecologist. They didn't have x-rays. People don't assimilate that to that. It was like, you got to start thinking of this book was written in those times. So what would it seem like if a person in those times were to see this? If a person were to see somebody swimming, and every time you seen somebody jump off a boat and drown, you best believe the man is walking on water, because everybody else that falls in there drowns because they don't know how to swim. So you're going to say he walks on water because this dude is just gliding across. Now, Jesus already knew, because Jesus had to learn that from somewhere. And that's why I asked those questions. Jesus learned how to do all the shit he did that they wrote about. He just didn't magically wake up at 33 and be like, healed. That shit didn't fucking happen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen that way. It's not going to happen. This man just woke up at 33 and you say, you know what? You're not blind no more. Go see the world. Nah, that shit didn't happen that way. He learned something. But the thing is the book doesn't tell you specifics of what he did. Because he walked on water. You notice how they didn't give any full-on description. You've been blessed. That's it. Remember the guy, because the story that always gave me weird iffy about it was when it was just like he brought the man back to life. And then, bro, when you have this badass fucking hangover that you can barely move and you shit, people think you dead. But let somebody hit you with some like fucking good pho, some Vietnam pho, and you eat that shit up, you're going to be running fucking miles afterwards. You're going to be like, oh my God, he just brought this man to life. See, but that's the thing. It's just like, personally, that's why you have to learn, because the thing is, most people don't do that. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why it was a challenge in Egypt when you had a person doing that. It was just, there's a lot of stories that you have to just look in a different context and just look at it in a different way. Because the thing is when like it's a bunch of it. Like the thing is we don't know, because it's a story, but it's not a full story. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen anything from it. It was like he passed and came back to life. Maybe they thought he was gone because of the fact that he was beaten and stripped and gone all the way. And then maybe he just passed out and they thought he was gone. And then they put him in there and then they found out that he had just passed out. And then he healed a bit and then they said he walked again. Got to look at it in the simplest terms possible and not try to make it a lot of people try to take it figuratively, and you have to look at it in a manner that is just like, what would have happened in those days? Because remember, these people didn't have smartphones. There wasn't no videos. It was just like, this is a story of somebody writing about somebody that they seen. Because most of them never interacted with them. It was just stories they heard and seen. So they heard the man walked on water. They heard the man took away blindness. They heard the man revive somebody. They heard the water to wine. It was just like, but if you think about it back in those days, that shit does sound kind of crazy. Imagine somebody coming to you right now and be like, yo, I just revived, dude. You mean to tell me you're not going to follow a dude that just made fucking water to wine? Like, hold on. This dude made this and got me tipsy. Yo, I'm following this dude anywhere. You're not going to do that? You're not going to do that. Man taught you how to fish. You're going to be like, nah, I don't want to listen to him no more. Yup, and taught everyone else. That's why that story of teach a man how to fish and a man will fish for life is one of the most important stories in that fucking book. And most people just skip over it. One of the most important parts of that book, teach a man how to fish. It's telling you, teach your fellow man. Teach your neighbor. Educate those around you. Because then if they're educated to know how to do it, that'll benefit them. It was just like, it could be the telephone game, but at the same time, somebody saw it. But the thing is if you would have just said that he was swimming, that shit don't sound cool. You're not going to gain a mass following if somebody told you, bro, I was swimming. Yo, let me write this shit up real quick. I was walking on water. Word. You know, that's your first fucking word. It was like, damn, you were walking on water. Hold the fuck up. It was just like, hold on. Swimming sounds cool, but you were walking on water. We need to know more. Southwest, when you jumping out the water or you dive out the water and you dive and you swimming and you jump up out of the water and come back down, aren't you floating on the water? It'll be considered floating on the water if everybody else drowns. You know what my man did? You know when you... Put it like this. This is what fucking Jesus Christ did. This is what I think he did. You know how when people go to the beach and shit, they just float? Just float. Just regularly float, right? Wouldn't you be considered to be floating on water in that case? I'm just saying. Doesn't it? He just so happens to, isn't he by the Red Sea? Isn't the Red Sea somewhere in that area? Some of the saltiest places where people just float with no problem. You see where I'm getting it? My man could have just laid down on the beach, knew that the water was going to make him float, because ain't nobody else. They were dense people back then. Ain't nobody do that. He was standing and walking. I understand, Jeanette. They saw something. You know that he could have walked in. You know what's funny? Imagine this. I'm not saying, maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. But the fact that he could have just walked into the water and it was a shallow spot, and then he walked into a deeper spot, and then it levitated back up to higher ground, and he was just walking on water the whole time. Just a slight depression made him disappear a bit, and then he started walking up again. A little bit of land, and holy shit, my man was walking on water. I'm just saying, that's just the thought process of me trying to go back in the day and think of, like, how can this possibly happen that somebody said they walked on water? Because the other crazy thing about it is it's been how many years? And not one person has walked on water. It's been how many years? And nobody's revived anybody. It's been how many years? You haven't been able to cure blindness. It's been how many years? Well, we still making the one everybody learned and wanted to do was the wine one. You saw how well that one did. Nobody else wanted to learn anything else, but everybody was just like, fuck it, we'll take the liquor. That's what I'm saying, Frosty. It's a possibility. That's just the outcome. He could have walked in the Mediterranean and it was just saltier as hell than it was now. Because remember, the fucking sea wasn't as polluted as it was now. There wasn't tons of plastic thrown into it. There wasn't a whole bunch of trash. So the sea was a lot cleaner. So if it was salty, it was definitely saltier then than it was now. So him floating, walking, it's just him walking across places. And you would have looked at it and you would have lost your shit. And you would have ran back to your mom and your dad and your grandpa. Ma, yo, I just seen this guy. His name is, he calls himself Jesus. I just seen him walking on water. Boy, if you don't shut your crazy ass up with all this nonsense. And then everybody else, and then the neighbor's kid came over and be like, yo, I saw him too. Yo, I saw him do that shit too. And then it becomes a telephone game where everybody saw it, but nobody was there. You see, Southwest? You see when you start associating and putting all these things together, it's just like, yeah, maybe it was a real man. Maybe they just personified him as the coming of Jesus Christ because they saw it as, hey, they believed in the one God. They believed in God. He sent his son. And the thought process was to fucking crucify him. Imagine, that's where the story just confuses me. It was just like, hold on. You know this man is saying he's who he is. You've seen the accounts or heard of the accounts of what he did. And you decided we're just going to get rid of him entirely. Kind of crazy. That's what I always thought of it. Because I was like I said, if you can't give me, that's the part. It was just like, nobody could tell me I'm wrong and nobody could tell me I'm right. Because nobody was there. And then nobody can confirm or deny anything because they don't know the story from 13 to 33. So I could be right. I could be farthest from wrong. I could be wrong entirely. Maybe he did walk on water. Maybe he did just revive that dude. Maybe he did cure blindness. I don't know. I'm just thinking outside the box. Because the thing is after all these generations and years, oh, he's moving it from a blue state that can afford it to a red state. Got it. Let's talk about its health. Anybody asking him about its health? No? Oh. Typical MAGA. But yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's just like, that's what it is. That's what it is. But all right, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all go. I think I've gave y'all enough mind-blowing thought process that y'all don't know what to fucking think right now. I just like, look, I'm sorry. Jesus Christ was not white. If white people cannot stay in the sun and you know how hot, or people don't really know how hot it gets in that area, there's no fucking way you were in the sun all that time and you were white. Just sorry. It's just not possible. You know what's crazy? How come Egyptians ain't white? Sometimes, y'all, it's the questions that are asked. Now, who asks them? As always, be good to one another. Take care of one another. Look out for one another. Love one another. Stay marvelous while doing it, y'all. If you haven't, follow me on the socials in case something happens here. Just like, yeah, in the movies, hero, you never see him like that. But make sure y'all follow me on there. Follow me on the YouTube. That's where I'll be streaming a good amount. And I'll be pushing on my website later. But as always, appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day. Enjoy the rest of your short week. I hope you have a short week. And I will catch you on the next one. Peace.